guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. It's another dangerously cold weekend in the United States with millions of Americans staying indoors today, and no, not just to watch the Super Bowl. An Arctic cold front has dropped temperatures below zero in much of the country and also produced freezing wind, dangerously cold wind chills. Forecasters predicting wind chill temperatures 20 degrees below zero in some parts from the Great Lakes to mid-Atlantic and from the Midwest to New England. The National Weather Service issued high wind warnings for the mid-Atlantic and the Appalachians. They expected gusts over 60 miles an hour possible, which are capable of knocking down trees and causing power outages as well. Of course, Americans across the country tuning in to Super Bowl 60. Estimated audience over 200 million people expected to watch the game, featuring the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. And the National Retail Federation says it's a big boon for retail, with fans expected to spend over $20 billion. Most of that money, no surprise, spent on food and drinks. In the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom declared Sunday as not just Super Bowl Sunday, but Bad Bunny Day. The Puerto Rican native, of course, being the halftime performer at the big game. It was a bittersweet day for the Americans from Milan at the Winter Olympics, Team USA getting the first medal of the Winter Games after Breezy Johnson won gold in the women's downhill skiing. But it was veteran Lindsey Vonn that made the headlines.
According to Reuters, Vonn was being treated at a hospital in the northern Italian city of Treviso after being flown there by helicopter. Vonn has been competing with a torn left ACL when she injured the same leg. In a brief statement, the International Olympic Committee called the 41-year-old Vonn an incredible inspiration who will always be an Olympic champion. I'm Lisa Carton.
Super Bowl 60 is in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are the champions once again, beating the New England Patriots 29-13. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Former Dodger star base runner Terrence Gore has passed away.
Gore, who the MLB described as one of the most unusual and effective base runners of his era, played 8 years in the major leagues. He earned a World Series ring with the Dodgers in 2020, the Royals in 2015, and the Braves in 2021. His wife, Brittany, says he died from complications following a routine surgery. Terrence Gore was just 34 years old and leaves behind a wife and 3 children. I'm Sharon Reardon.
NASA and SpaceX have moved up the SpaceX Crew 12 launch to the International Space Station to February 11th. The 4-person crew will lift off from Cape Canaveral and aim to dock at the ISS the following day. This Valentine's Day, many companies and brands are taking on the breakup market.
The Bronx Zoo announced it's bringing back its Name a Roach campaign, where people can make a $15 donation to name a Madagascar hissing cockroach after an ex. Meanwhile, Angry Orchard Hard Cider is offering the opportunity to ship your ex's belongings to them in exchange for cash, and will use the items to donate to appropriate organizations. Quote, that way nothing goes to waste except the relationship itself. I'm Rob Martier.
17 people in Garden Grove, California, including the owners, were arrested after a bikini cafe was found violating city codes. Officers say employees served customers in bikinis or partially undressed, which breaks rules on public nudity, business operations, and alcohol regulations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. Is it worth all the time I've spent away? Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty then, what do you say? You ready or not? Time to strap in, back in the saddle again. Here we go. Another weekend, just like that, passes us by. We close it out from time zone to time zone. Here comes a Monday. shall we say, the greatest day of the week. You know you've been looking forward to it all weekend long, right? Here it is, 9th day of February, time zone to time zone. We'll work our way into a brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yep, another cold, cold night outside the secret bunker. Yeah, we've almost made it through the hardest part. Some of the harshest temperatures of the winter in the Northeast over the weekend. Yeah, another cold start to the week, but signs of change coming our way. At least briefly. But we'll take it. I believe they're saying by the time we get to Tuesday afternoon here in Southwest Ohio, maybe upper 40s, close to 50 degrees. Temperatures warming into the 70s in places like north central Kansas, where Norman chimed in just a moment ago. Had 70 degrees this past day. All right, so we'll start things off with a look at our traveler's weather as we close out Super Bowl weekend. Did you get your fair share of wings? Changes in the works for much of the U.S. over the next couple of weeks as the frigid air over the eastern portions of North America will retreat back up near the Arctic Circle. Coming in to take its place will be much less cold Pacific air. There will be some potential problems with the more moist air, though. The last blast of Arctic air in this train of cold waves cycles through the Northeast on into our Monday here. After that, warmer air is already building in the west and the high plains. That's going to continue moving east. Now, due to the extent of the snow cover, frozen lakes, rivers, the cold ground in general, and a lack of strong winds accompanying the Pacific air, it's going to be a gradual process. During the middle and latter parts of the week ahead here, some days are going to bring temperatures near or slightly above freezing, with the February sun helping out the buildup of ice on area rivers and lakes. However, the reversal may take several days. As the snow cover begins to thin and retreats, temperatures are going to be more apt to respond, reaching well into the 30s, 40s, even near 50, barring any setback from storms in the Midwest. Now, even where temperatures recover to the 30s and 40s, it's actually going to feel substantially warmer after highs in the single digits, teens, and 20s for such an extended period of time. In the southern states, some of that warm air that's been building over the southern parts of the plains will be carried to the Atlantic coast, highs rebounding 50s, 60s, and yes, some 70s. All right, temperatures forecast to reach their highest level since January 13 in Chicago Tuesday. You're talking highs in the lower 40s projected. Later this week, temperatures in Atlanta may hit 70 for the first time since January 10th. Tagging along with the Pacific air will, though, be some storms, of which the details as far as the nature and the timing of precip they may bring will be unfolding in the coming days. Even though temperatures may be slightly higher than recent weeks, in some cases they may still be low enough to support snow, sleet, or freezing rain from parts of the Midwest to the Northeast. Another factor is going to be the potential for areas of fog, which can slow travel even without a major storm. So motorists, pedestrians, be wary of the event of any storms with snow or ice, as runoff generated by the February sunshine during the day undoubtedly is freezing during the overnight hours. And we can attest to that here, where we saw a little bit of melting. It was just basically the sun. We weren't really above the freezing mark this past day. But that daytime sun gets you some melting, and, of course, it's all frozen over again. Meanwhile, further west, as the winter storms that have plagued the other parts of the country since the start of the year. Much of the West has been very, very quiet, a pattern in recent weeks. At the same time, the East was getting some of the most active winter in about 5 years. This imbalance is evident at the ski resorts across the country. The snowpack in New England, the resorts there, like 130% of normal. Many of the California resorts are below 40% of average there. That northward bend in the jet stream that offered moderate temperatures and generally dry air in California, Arizona, Nevada, surrounding states over the past month or so. Storm activity has been very lacking. California, San Francisco, Redding, Fresno, L.A. Have all seen temperatures well above historical average for this time of year. A high-pressure system's been parked over California for the last month, and that's kept any rain or snow primarily over the Pacific Northwest into British Columbia. From much of January through the beginning of February, California's been pretty much warm and dry. We're going to see a shift in the large-scale weather pattern here in the coming weeks that will signal the arrival of chillier air and waves of rain and mountain snow. Given the dry pattern as of late, any precipitation would be welcome, especially for the ski resort areas where they need the snow. The weather pattern begins to change starting here with the new week. That high pressure begins to weaken. That will allow a more active pattern as we move into mid-February. That'll be beneficial for California snowpack and the reservoirs there, as the snowpack is running well below average across much of the state. As a storm advances inland here Monday into Monday night, we'll see periods of rain and mountain snow impact a wider swath than we saw over the weekend, including some of the big cities and heavily traveled roadways across the Sierra Nevada. Accumulating snow is expected early this week with the cooler conditions sweeping in. Snow levels projected to decline rapidly from Tuesday into Tuesday night, with high temperatures barely reaching above freezing at Donner Pass on Tuesday. So any travelers along I-80 in the mountainous terrain will have to exercise caution, especially Tuesday and Tuesday night. Snow levels are expected to decline. Several inches of accumulation will result in dangerous driving conditions. Early to midweek, wind gusts 35, 40 miles per hour along portions of I-80 could create additional hazards. High-profile vehicles may struggle at times. You combine that with some snowfall, those strong winds can rapidly reduce visibility. While the pattern may let up in California later this week, additional opportunities for storms will arise by next weekend once again and on into the latter portions of February. But suffice it to say, a change is on the horizon. All righty, it's that time again. Hello, Philly Dan. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're 13 degrees with clear skies in the city of brotherly love. All right, congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl winners. Halftime show sucked. I'll leave it at that. Hello, Scrapyard, waving all five to get things underway. Marianne in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hello to all the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody enjoyed your weekend. Kevin, morning, Steve, in the overnight crew. There's Uncle Chops, morning, for the best 5 hours of entertainment, midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Kicking off the new week, good afternoon. Larry Hammer down 12 degrees in Tarrytown, New York tonight as we roll toward Hartford, Connecticut. All right, mudslingers on board. Howdy. Hello, Pappy, Saddle Lock Nocturnal listeners. The greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. Congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks. Looks like 25 degrees on the cruiser dash in the far side of southwestern Ohio. Let's get the week started. Hammer down. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. As always, sunny side up. Watch your six. All right, Tank is in the house. What do you say? Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Monday. Well, we are back in the saddle after 2 long, tiring weeks of cleaning up and recovering from that massive ice storm. Now we just play the waiting game with the insurance company, waiting on them to come survey all the damage. Yeah, thank God we survived. It could have been worse. We're 49 degrees here in Bartlett, Tennessee tonight. All right, rolling on into Memphis. We'll get a set and head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. So I guess Tank, they were in the heart of the ice storm devastation there. How long did you guys go without power? Jeffrey checks in from southern Florida. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Warm day today, 70 degrees. All right, sitting at the home 20, working on the back therapy. I'm thinking about maybe retiring finally. This is my 50th year driving and our 50th anniversary. We're going to head down to Florida, visit the grandkids next week. Driving, of course. But everybody have a good morning out there. 50 years, that's a good round number to say. You put in your fair share of miles there, Norman. Suffice it to say. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Good morning, everyone. 25 degrees. Feels like 16 at the home 20 Hurricane, Wisconsin tonight. I actually have today off. Apparently, the plant is closed for Mental Health Wellness Day. The owner lives in Germany. I think it's a cover for the first shifters wanting to watch the Super Bowl, actually. I did not watch the game. Went with the family for supper at the Pinecone Truck Stop in Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. Enjoyed my 24-ounce T-bone and a large dinner roll. All right, have a great night, drivers. Everybody be safe out there. It's 844-844-3388 as we get the new day, a new week underway. Trust you had a good weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello to Roy, checking in from Northwest Illinois. 22 degrees at this hour. Feels like 13. Now there's the DTS guy. Happy Monday to the overnight friends. Hello to Horse Feathers, Eagle, Iron Duck, Roll Call. Truckers checking in from Avondale, Arizona. I'd like to give a Monday shout-out to Big Ed. Are you with me? Keep the rubber side down. Hello, Jerry. Morning, everybody. Hope all is well. 23 clouds here, Kokomo, Indiana. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Well, there is Big Ed. Are you with me? No Super Bowl for me, not 1 second. And if the Olympic people don't lay off their political statements, they can kiss my arse too. Yeah, I think there were one for sure. There may have been a couple on the American Olympic team that actually didn't think through speaking out negatively about the country they're actually representative, speaking negatively about the USA due to the immigration enforcement crackdown and all that good stuff that's going on. Come on, play your sport. That's it. That's what we're here to watch. We don't need your political statements over there. Especially if you're going to talk bad about your country. Matter of fact, President Trump had a few words for one of those. I think he was one of the member of the ski team. Maybe the cross country. I'll have to get the rest of the story. Let's see. Hello, John. 26 Volvo VNL. Poorly designed. This truck's a technological nightmare. Yeah, bunk heater has 8 sensors on it and throws a shutdown code or needs a dealer hard unlock every time it quits. Hopefully they'll get these bugs worked out soon. All these hours wasted at the dealership. All right, have a great night, everybody. Brand new truck, right? Ain't supposed to be having, that's the purpose. You're not supposed to be in the shop losing time and money. Hello, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 29 degrees, starlit skies, Bloomsdale, Missouri. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a high rate of speed. Well, the Super Bowl's over, and just as I suspected, the country survived. Yeah, the bad rabbit, or whatever they call them. I noticed there were 2 different options offered at halftime. The other had the foul-mouthed F-bomber Kid Rock. It was kind of like an election, Steve, where you have to choose between the lesser of 2 evils. I figure if you watched the game, you sent the NFL a message that you're in agreement with their choices, and you cannot complain. A hard truth, but no one, nonetheless. It's an epic night on the Boulevard Tonight special. Shout out to Crazy Ray from the Show Me State. All right, who we got? Is that Country Bumpkin? Morning, Steve, overnight family. Waiting for another stellar performance from the Steve Summers overnight drive. Yes, it is. Country Bumpkin checking in. Scrapyard, 46 degrees. On my way to the Chickendale Depot to get the new week started here. A couple of others. There is Crazy Ray. West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on radio. 11 degrees with clear skies tonight. John, Mr. Rigsby. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. All the overnight family. Happy Monday. How about those Seahawks? Yeah, they won the low-scoring game, 29-13. All right, the big warm-up starts tomorrow, 37 to 40 degrees. Tuesday, 47. Right now, we're clear with 23 degrees. Michael parking in, checking in from the yard in Paris, Ohio. -2. I told dispatch I'm done with this cold, and I just called it a night. My Friday and done like 2.5 hours early here. I am so ready for the 30s and 40s they say we're going to be seeing. Everybody have a great night and a blessed week out there. Meanwhile, Santa Claus checks in from Elk Grove, California tonight, 58 degrees. Beginning this week, my wife and I will begin a series of road trips. And yes, we do have some wet stuff coming to the left coast. All right, Santa Claus out. Terry, Canadian Terry, Detroit, Michigan. Gosh, it's cold out. I'm headed to a not-so-hot Atlanta for Tuesday. Everybody be safe out there. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. It's a tolerable 45 tonight. All right, got to get up early, do a delivery. We got a teleconference with our accounting software support company. We switched accountants recently. They did not renew our subscription, so we haven't had access to it for like 3 days. Haven't been able to bill. All right, hope to have that resolved later today. All right, I did watch the Super Bowl until halftime, then switched to the Turning Point All-American Halftime Show instead. I thought it was pretty good. Seattle played a great defensive game. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Of course, I was snoozing. I got up. I didn't even turn it on. I just went to the website. By the time I went to the website, the game was already over. But I did see that New England was held scoreless in the first 3 quarters. I didn't put a point on the board until the fourth quarter. Seattle pretty much shut them down, I suppose. All right, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. News break underway on a Monday.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the New England Patriots 29-13, earning their second Lombardi Trophy. A relentless Seahawks defense recorded 6 sacks and 2 interceptions, leading the team to the first NFL summit since 2014. Representative Andrew Garbarino, Republican from New York, will lead a House Homeland Security Committee hearing Tuesday on immigration enforcement that includes accountability for recent ICE actions that have drawn controversy and criticism, including the fatal shootings in Minneapolis. Top officials from ICE, CBP, and USCIS are set to testify as lawmakers push for oversight of training and use of force. U.S. skiing legend Lindsey Vonn, age 41, crashed just seconds into the women's Olympic downhill in Cortina while racing on a recently ruptured ACL. She was airlifted off the course and underwent surgery for a broken left leg and is now in stable condition. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I did indeed get to check out a bit of the Olympic coverage over the weekend there. Yeah, I like the fact that they'll do a recap during the late night hours. Yeah, what you missed through the evening, go back and watch 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Let me see. Buckeye Boy said about the only thing he likes to watch is the ski jumping, bobsled, and the downhill skiing. Yeah, hearing in the news updates there, like Lindsey Vonn. Why did she make the decision to even attempt that downhill with what they call it, a blown ACL? Just didn't seem like the right choice, and obviously she paid the price big time. Hard crash, broken leg. I guess they do say she's in stable condition now. Had to bring in the helicopter to get her off the hillside there. Horrible. Hey, meanwhile, well, what do you say? Are you with me?
No, I'm with you, and I'll tell you what, Steve. My hat's off to that lady. She gave it 100%. I mean, she tougher than some of these dang football players, Mm-hmm. I mean, they got to take a beating.
Oh, yeah.
I love, and I'm like, Buckeye Boy, I love watching the Olympics, and just watching the ski jumps, downhill, the when they're running them bobsleds, and
mm-hmm.
I love it all. I just love watching it and watching them young people compete. But man, it. There's nothing what they're doing. There's nothing easy about it.
I mean, those girls, I got to see some of that. I didn't see Lindsay's crash, but I mean, they're doing like 75, 80 miles per hour down that hill. It's unreal.
Oh, yeah, and then twisting and turning their bodies. And you think, man, how's their backs hold up? I mean, they're going to pay for it when they get older, I'm sure. It's about like a truck driver getting his guts beat out in a bouncy truck. You eventually start paying for it. Your back goes to getting, your spine takes a beating. And then, when those guys mouthed off about, everybody's got dirty laundry. We got dirty laundry in the United States. There is no doubt about it. But come on, haven't they heard of the Dixie Chicks?
Right.
You don't go to another country and disrespect your country. You don't go to another country and disrespect your flag. You don't go to another country, and I don't care if Joe Biden was in office, and disrespect your president. You know, that job's hard. I don't care who's in the office, but you just don't do that. And boy, when they did that, I thought, oh, here we go. If I'm going, if they're going to start that, then I'm going to lose interest in watching it. You know, I don't watch that stuff for the politics. That I eat a Super Bowl. Hey, and you know what? I'm not going to bash anybody, any of the listeners or callers that watched it. They had their reason for watching it, and who am I to tell them? You know, Lauren Wees, he took a pretty hard stance against it. But I thought, who am I to sit there and, especially when I get aggravated at the guys that like to watch paint dry when they're mouthing off about college football, who am I to get upset with somebody wanting to watch that? So, but I just know I didn't do it. And they said there was estimated 200 million people watching it.
Yeah.
So apparently there's a lot of people out there love NFL football.
Absolutely. The big game. I mean, no matter who's in it. I mean, obviously, fans of New England, fans of Seattle. I mean, the heart of the country. Yeah, most of the fans in the heart of the country had no interest in either team. It's just about the big game. It's about having a big party and getting together with friends and having fun. Yeah,
that's exactly what it was. And I've seen on Facebook where they were showing a burger that was $180, and I thought, surely that not one individual was going to eat that burger. Probably 4 or 5 people took a pocket or a knife and chopped it up. But my God, $180, that thing looks like a half a side of beef. Did you see that?
No, I did not. No.
Oh yeah, it was a big old burger. Steve, I got to tell you, I went to the casino last night. I'm cheap when I go out. The odds of winning are astronomical, and usually I'll take about $200. I limit myself no more than $300 if I'm going to play.
Okay.
All right? And I try to go once every 2 weeks, or I keep my going at a minimum. Now my wife, her and a bunch of her widowed friends, they'll live up there. If you take them, matter of fact, when the roads were bad and they wanted to go, I charged them $25 a piece to drive their butts over. That way I could play. I was the last the big time spenders in it. But anyway, I had started out with $100, and I got it down to $25. And I thought, well, them Buffalo machines?
Yeah, right.
Buffalo.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I just love to play those. And I sat down with this one Buffalo machine. Started out betting 88 cents. Next thing I know, I had that $25 up to 100. And then next thing I know, that thing started just popping. I had it up $350. And then I'd lose it down to $200, back up $350. And then there was one time it ended up giving me 50 free spins.
Wow.
No, man, this thing is ready to pop. And the grand prize was $508,000. And I thought, man, wouldn't that be nice? And then the guy sat down beside me, and I said, hey, if I win this, I should call an ambulance because I'm going to probably pass out. I got one dang click. One click of the wheel from winning that $500,000. I thought, oh my God, because it just started slowing down coming through that grand emblem. Then it just clicked, and which I ended up winning another $100. But I thought, man, if I'd have won that, oh man, I wouldn't even be calling Steve Summers no more.
What are friends for?
But yeah. Anyway, my wife went back over today with some of her friends, and she kind of got on the roll last night, and she won about $1,600. And, you know, naturally, she goes so much, she turns it in on her taxes, you know.
Yeah,
which I ain't going to do that. But tonight, she sent me a picture, and I instead of watching Super Bowl, she kept sending me pictures. She's playing this machine, and unfortunately, all it paid was $4,000, the top prize. But she was playing the penny machines, and she ended up jackpotting that darn thing, and she only put $100 bill in it, got $4,000 out of it.
Wow!
So she's happy as a lark.
I bet. So, winner, chicken dinner.
No, I'm telling you, I sent you, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Grump because I didn't want to get it off on college football out of respect for the guys that love their NFL and the Olympics, and we'll save it for another night. But I sent you a message about Herb Street talking about what he thinks they ought to do with college football. And I got to tell you, I thought that was the biggest, dumbest ideal thrown out there. But anyway, I figured you might look at it, and I don't know, you might share it with Grump. Like I haven't shared it with him to get his thoughts on it. But other than that, Steve, we're listening to the show, and everybody be safe out there, and let's have a good night. And, oh, yeah, the weather was beautiful here in Oklahoma.
You're already warming up, right? Already seeing the warmer.
Oh, yeah, it got up 70-some degrees. It's going to be 80 tomorrow.
Wow. Okay, I'll take it.
I ain't complaining. It's nice. So, Steve, y'all be safe, and we'll holler at you later, my friend.
Thanks for checking in there, Big Ed. Are you with me? Yes, he is.
I'm with
you. Have a great night. It is 844-3388 as we get the new week underway. The other pretty much wall-to-wall story being covered is we're now a full week into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old. And some of these analysts or crime experts, as they say this case is just not showing any of the usual signs of a robbery or a kidnapping for ransom. The lack of stolen items, the absence of proof of life, no indications that she may actually still be alive, suggest something more deliberate. A couple of crime experts, Brian Foley and Rob Chadwick, spoke over the weekend, say it just doesn't feel like a robbery gone bad. There's nothing stolen, nothing missing, no personal items, pocketbooks, nothing stolen. So it certainly does not feel like that. Pointed out the evidence discussed so far. Of course, the mother of the NBC Today Show co-anchor, Savannah Guthrie. It feels much more well-planned, as he put it. The evidence discussed so far does not match a robbery scenario, or it doesn't resemble a ransom situation. Look at it from my experience. This does not feel like a ransom type situation at all to me. All they have to do is provide proof she's alive, and they've got their money. That means that at least a negotiation would start, and it would get pretty quick. But we're not seeing that here. It feels like some sort of close to her homicide. It could involve someone who had access to the home, someone with access to the neighborhood, that sort of a thing. He also noted investigators generally try to tightly control what information actually becomes public. In any homicide investigation, the detectives don't want anything leaked up to the command staff and out to the public unless they specifically want it out there. Unfortunately, sometimes that kind of information actually gets out. Former FBI supervisory special agent Rob Chadwick agrees the case just doesn't track with any sort of a ransom kidnapping. Does not look at all like kidnapping for ransom. Just doesn't coincide with that. The fact pattern is completely off. He cautioned against trying to single out relatives while acknowledging investigators obviously often examine. I would absolutely never speculate about a family member. However, statistically, you always have to look at family members close, friends, people that are close to this person just because of historical precedent. He also said he believes the ransom notes may be meant to mislead investigators. Yeah, I think these ransom notes are complete red herrings, as he put it. They make no sense whatsoever. I do believe they're meant to at least throw the investigators off track, to waste resources and that sort of thing. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward right now for any information. And Attorney General Pam Bondi said authorities are working with the local agencies there. The victim's family has publicly pleaded for contact. I mean, over the weekend, they actually issued a statement saying, "We will pay." I believe that was Saturday. Yeah, I think this is the third message they've posted, trying to reach out to the abductor or abductors. I mean, she does have a pacemaker, which disconnected. This has been a week now. Time is critical. My thoughts would be that this is likely going to have a grim outcome. He said the family's grasping at whatever they can in hopes, any hope that they have that she's still alive. So leaving it off there. Anyone with information is urged to contact the FBI or the Pima County Sheriff's Office. But the fact that you're a full week in, and we had one deadline pass, what was it, Friday? Was it Thursday or Friday, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, whichever the case was. And then this new ransom note comes out, and there's also a deadline in that particular ransom note. But I don't think, I believe $6 million was the ransom, Bitcoin, $6 million in Bitcoin. Supposedly there's a wallet there, but the family pretty much says just prove she's alive and we'll pay. Do you pay without the proof? 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Well, as far as the eastern USA, while things are warming up in the central states, We're still kind of locked in the deep freeze in the east. It's been a very extended period of winter cold, exacerbating the already surging heating costs across the country, following nearly $31 billion in electric and gas rate increases requested by the utilities last year, roughly double the total requested in 2024. Those rate increases could affect some 81 million Americans, according to the new report from Power Lines. More on that coming up first. The two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
We made it through another weekend. Doing all right.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, I wanted to let Big Ed know if he's got $350 and 70 degrees, I can come to his house and visit him for a little while, you know?
How about that?
But, I wanted to make two quick comments. One on the Super Bowl. I'm not condemning anybody for watching it. I'm just saying that when we don't like what a product is out there, but we still support the product, and they always think that, you know, they always think that that's okay, and it's real easy for us to compromise because, you know, if Denver Broncos would have been in the Super Bowl, I'd have been watching it too, you know, so I get that. But one more quick thing on this Savannah Guthrie, on her mother disappearing, and I haven't been reading a whole lot on it, but I've been noticing what little I have looked at. It's just the kids that are there talking to this so-called kidnapper. But she's got a brother-in-law her sister's married to, and they dropped the mom off there. Has there been any speculation that maybe the brother-in-law has something to do with their disappearance at all? Because that's what it sounds like it's going to now, and I've kind of thought that from the beginning.
There's all the armchair quarterbacks, all the the internet detectives. There's all kinds of rumbles and rumors like that. Yeah, there's tons of misinformation coming up on social media too. But I'm sure they're looking into all that. I mean, yeah, because they were the brother-in-law and his wife. They were the last ones to see her. They dropped her off a little before 10 o'clock that evening or something, I think.
Yeah, it's just kind of odd that it's her of all people, and the mom got kidnapped. And I'd like to know if that's what happened, what the reasoning is behind it, whether it's political or not. But well, I just sure hope they find her alive. You know, it doesn't sound like the condition she's in that's what's going to happen. But we just got to keep praying that they find her alive. That's be a bad thing to have to go through, and then to have to get on TV and to beg somebody like that too. That's the humiliation that gets added into all of this too. So it's just really not a good situation. So well, have a good evening, Steve.
Yeah, and I know they, based on, for as much as I've been able to ascertain, authorities they've returned like on several occasions, late last week, and then over the weekend, I believe there were authorities out at Nancy's home on Saturday, then again, I believe on Sunday, and supposedly at one point they've got like surveillance, drone video of detectives searching the septic tank behind the home there. It's just, why wouldn't they have looked there before is what some are suggesting, but obviously everything is fluid in motion right now. But hey, rolling toward news break, top of the hour, but have you opened your utility bill, all right? According to the Power Lines report, electric and gas prices are now among the fastest growing contributors to inflation. And while electricity and natural gas prices have been rising over the long term, obviously demand has surged this winter due to the intense long duration of the cold. An AccuWeather analysis shows heating demand is running 115 to 150% of historical average across the eastern and central states. And we've seen one persistent cold snap and another with winter storms from mid-January to this past week. More than half of all Americans are likely to see elevated heating costs tied to this deep freeze. Yeah, furnaces, heat pumps have pretty much been running nonstop trying to keep the homes and apartments warm this winter. Yeah, some people are dealing with sticker shock when they open their heating bills, significantly higher compared to this time last year, right? This update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of NBC's Savannah Guthrie, has been missing since January 31st from her Tucson, Arizona home in an active investigation now being treated as a suspected abduction. Authorities found blood matching hers at the scene. They have no suspects. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Savannah and her siblings have made public pleas for her safe return. Federal officials say 2 detainees have tested positive for measles at the Dilley Immigration Detention Center in southern Texas. ICE has restricted movement and quarantined all those exposed. Lawmakers are raising concerns about the disease risks inside crowded detention facilities. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the U.S. wants a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia by early summer.
Zelensky's comment comes in a statement issued Saturday by his office. He says Washington has proposed that delegations from both countries meet in the U.S. sometime next week, and that Ukraine will take part. Zelensky's remarks followed another large-scale Russian attack overnight on Ukraine's power grid by hundreds of drones and missiles. I'm Scott Carr.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet with President Donald Trump in Washington on Wednesday to discuss renewed U.S. talks with Iran. Netanyahu's office says any deal must include limits on Iran's ballistic missiles and support for militant groups as indirect nuclear negotiations continue. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.89. Mono County, California is up to $5.64. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.84. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Supreme Court will review Arizona's law requiring wine cellars to maintain an in-state storefront. The case could reaffirm that states cannot block out-of-state businesses from shipping products under the Constitution's Dormant Commerce Clause. A San Diego biotech startup says they found a way to trick cancer cells into destroying themselves with its molecular glue.
Neomorph announced it's begun its first clinical trial involving a kidney cancer patient. The molecular glue Neo-811 is being used to treat a common form of kidney cancer. The company says Neomorph's glue redirects the body to dispose of harmful proteins by labeling them as trash, so enzymes will throw them away. I'm Lisa Carton.
With measles outbreaks rising across several states, U.S. health official Dr. Mehmet Oz has urged Americans to get the measles vaccination as the country risks losing its measles elimination status, and children are among those most effective. Public health experts warn that most cases are among unvaccinated people. A celebrity sighting of sorts in Los Angeles, a celebrity with a lot of fur and a tail.
Many come to Los Angeles seeking fame and fortune, probably not the motives of a wolf who arrived in the county this weekend, but officials say it's the first known wolf in the area in at least a century. The 3-year-old female, who has a GPS collar, made the trek from Kern County. She's likely looking for a mate. Wolves are rare in California. There's apparently only around 60 of them. I'm Jason Nathanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, what do you say? Ready or not? Looking at a brand new day? Ah, yes, Monday. Greatest day of the week, huh? Or not? Trust you had a good weekend. We're turning the page on the calendar. 9th day of February, from time zone to time zone. There you go. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Obviously around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Drummer Girl, checking in from Northeast Philly. Still cold, 13 at this hour. Now, she said, we didn't watch any of the Super Bowl. We just actually spent the day watching Counting Cars and cuddling the kitty cats. Ah, yeah, speaking of kitty cats. We lost one this past day. We were down to 2. Yeah, we're now down to 1. Old Kevin the cat, as we called him, Kev. He showed up on camera every once in a while here in the secret bunker. Old age caught up with him. So that was very sad. A few tears shed this past afternoon. They'd become so close. I lost track. I'm thinking he was somewhere in the vicinity of 18, maybe even older. Lived a full life. And he was dearly loved. Yep, crossed that rainbow bridge, as they say. Who else we got on board here? Deborah checks in. Hello to all 70s in Texas. Great. Speaking of the warmer temperatures. All right, 844-844-3388. Yeah, we were talking about the sticker shock, people opening their utility bills after this extended stretch of cold. The Power Lines report says many Americans haven't yet felt the full impact of the rate increases that had been requested by utilities last year. Nearly 33 million people in the South are expected to see some effect from higher utility rates, more than any other region in the country. Storm recovery from recent hurricanes drove increases across that region, along with rising capital expenditures for new infrastructure. All said and done, more than half of all Americans are likely to see elevated heating costs tied to this deep freeze, according to AccuWeather's Jonathan Porter. Florida Power and Light requested a historic $9 billion rate increase last year, which is contributing to some of the largest utility bill impacts in the southern USA. Last year, rising utility bills became a defining national issue. First, an energy story, then an economic one, and now a political one. Electricity is the new eggs right now. According to the executive director of Power Lines, as these costs keep climbing, policymakers of all political stripes are facing growing pressure to take action, advance solutions to improve the power grid and lower the utility bills for people and businesses. The Power Lines report also found that 3 out of 4 Americans are concerned about rising utility bills. Nearly 28 million Americans, or 1 in 5 households, pay more than 6% of their income on energy bills, surpassing the energy poverty threshold defined by the Department of Energy. Now, what about relief? Any relief may be slow to arrive, both from the cold and higher monthly cost, as another surge of frigid air is forecast to bring below freezing temperatures back to the Northeast. We saw that over the weekend. Maybe a little bit of relief coming your way later this week, but across 30 states in the eastern half of the country, all seeing heating costs significantly above historical average through mid-February here. We'll get to the Grump checking in here on the greatest day of the week, so they say. Morning, Grump.
Hey, yeah, we lost a cat, 2 cats actually, not too long ago. Old Marvin the Magnificent, he was 21, and Tink was 19.
Wow.
So, yeah, old Marvin been around forever. He's a ornery devil. But you get attached to him. My son really, he took it hard because LA's always on him. I mean, But
that was Rowan's kitty cat. I mean, through all the things they've been through. I mean, living here, living there. Kevin was always with them, and he slept with Rowan even to his last night. He was sleeping with Kevin. I mean, last night Kevin was in bed with Rowan.
Wow. Yeah. Well, he lost his buddy.
Yes, he did.
And,
He was pretty heartbroken. I'll tell you that.
I bet. Yeah. He that's the way Alec was. My boy with Marvin. We got him when he was 10 years old or 9 years old. So he kind of grew up with him. And Alec's 32 now. So yeah, it was hard on him. But this whole Guthrie thing, man. I tell you what, I think the sheriff down there didn't know what the hell to do. As far as I know, any kind of kidnapping in the United States is automatic jurisdiction of the FBI. And I don't know who in the hell kept releasing the crime scene and kept reopening it.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Because they went out there 3 different times and put the yellow tape up and then took it down and put it back up. What's going on?
Well, after that time, there was so much damn contamination in the crime scene. I don't know, so many people traipsing through there. I don't know what the hell they expect now. Really, I don't. It's I hate to say it, but I you don't know who in the hell was at that dinner. They didn't ever release all that information, over at Annie's house. Her husband took her home, but it just stinks to high heaven that that it's somebody close to either part of the family or close to the family. It's just somebody would know exactly the movements and stuff and when to go in that house since she wasn't there and waiting on her and stuff when she got in there. It just I don't know. It's just weird. This whole thing's been weird, and they haven't really released a hell of a lot out of the letters or anything that people's received. And I think Harvey Levin, he kind of talked a little bit more about it, but Bitcoin, that's hard as hell to trace right now. They'd have to spend it before they'd be able to trace it. Hell, just depositing it in a bank account or doing something like that or in an offshore account, they can't really find out who it is until they try to cash it in or do something with it. So I think then it uses an ID number to as a cryptocurrency. But it's crazy, man. It's gonna I really don't expect her to be alive. It could have been, I don't know, it could have been a robbery went bad, but I don't know. It just everything in there has just been the craziest thing. But this build up over in the Gulf, that's getting a little nuts on it in its own there. I was listening how Russia just sent hundreds of drones into Ukraine again, and I read a little bit about that earlier today. I think if anything was to go on with Iran, that Iran, that would probably be their only defense right now would be swarm of drones that they've still kind of maintained, but they're the Mossad took down one of their factories, the drone factory, so that limited their capabilities, but they had the way I understand it, thousands of them damn things in reserve. So it's going to be hard to see what happens there, but it'd be I don't know. I keep hearing about these magnetic pulse weapons and things like that we've developed over the years, that can take out stuff like that, just fry the electronics on it, where it just basically drops out of the sky. Because they're so slow moving, they can use something like that. It's not like our Predators or the Global Hawks or something like that we have that actually is runs off a jet engine. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens over in that neck of the woods. And I don't know. I didn't watch any of the damn Super Bowl. I could care less about it. That idiot that they brought over here to do the halftime show, I don't know what people expected. They made it clear that pretty clear that it was going to be done in Spanish, and is this damn country just going crazy or what? I mean, there was a time, when Olympians would open their mouth in another country about, blasting on the United States, where they'd got their asses put on a plane and sent back home. They had to pull them out of it and used alternates. Now it's like it's celebrated, And then you take the greatest, one of our greatest sports was always football. I haven't really paid that much to football since the kneeling, crap went on.
Kaepernick, yeah.
And it's, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And then you hear these football players step up, and some of them, most of them sound like a bunch of punch-drunk dumbasses that, couldn't spell National Football League. That's why they go with the NFL. That's why they say just NFL. But I don't know, man. We're not doing the patriotic thing that we should do with this country. I mean, nowhere else in the world, could you live and be somebody of such humble beginnings to make it here in this country, and it just makes you sick, man. I'm not kidding you. It's, hell, I've served in the military with guys that came from good wealth. I mean, one of them, that I was with over in England, his father was in with the DuPont, family, and he had a Jaguar and all kinds of stuff there as a young guy, but but he wanted to serve his country and would have probably fought anybody that opened their mouth about, the United States. But now it's a whole different game. I mean, it's sickening to listen to some of the people and what they're saying. And I don't know, man, I'll tell you, it's just, they keep talking about, this country, and it's always the left that does it. We're pushing for a civil war. Well, they better hope the hell they never have one, because they ain't going to last long. I can guarantee them that. There is still enough patriotic Americans. I just wish they'd get off their ass and open their mouths once in a while, and push back on some of the stupid stuff that some of these people are doing. I mean, damn well, and we've talked about it before, they go to these blue states for a reason. They don't go into some state that they know that there's still some good old boys and ain't going to play that game with them. They don't do it. They don't go to some of these cities that red cities that they know that, they get out there and start that rioting crap. Somebody's going to show up and throw an old-fashioned ass whooping on them. They don't do it. They don't come to these places. It's always the same places that they go to, and it's always the same people that looks like they've been lost in society with the green and the purple hair, and, like they're trying to make a statement, look at me, I'm protesting. No, you're not protesting. All you're doing is making an ass out of yourself with a big mouth. That's all the hell they're doing. Who's paying for all that? I don't know, man. I'll tell you that they got to go after the money now. I mean, that's just the way it is. They got to start going after the money. Mm-hmm. And I mean, just flat, just lay it on them. It's and these damn congressmen and senators. That's some other people that I'm sick of. Trump RX, and then you got this idiot that, out of Oregon that raised hell about it, because I guess he thinks that drugs ought to be just free, just fly over there, with an airplane, start dumping them out of a damn plane or something like that. Here, get your insulin or whatever for nothing. There is a cost involved in things, and some of these Democrats, man, I'm not kidding you. They just blow my mind anymore. What happened to the blue dog Democrats that actually gave a damn about the country? The people that we're seeing now is these old has-beens like Chuck Schumer, who is, whatever happened to that old fool, I'll never know. But people keep putting their asses in office, Steve. I mean, they just keep, it's like there's nobody will run against them because they don't have that kind of connections and the money. People like Chuck Schumer, all they're going to do is just give in to the money folks. And there's a lot of Republicans that'll do the same thing. I don't know, man. I think we're due for a good political makeover. get rid of a bunch of this old crap that's been tying up the office and cluttering it up for decades. Bring in some new people that actually gives a damn about this country and that's ready to stand up and smack down some people like that Crockett and the rest of them idiots that has nothing good to say about this country for one reason, because they came from means. They came from wealth. Every damn one of them that's standing there running their mouths like AOC and all the rest of them, they grew up in very affluent homes. When you get like that to where you've had every damn thing handed to you, what incentive do you have to stand up and fight for what's right in this country? You ain't got a damn bit, because somebody's always going to pick the pieces up. Somebody's going to tell you that, slap you on the back and saying, oh, it's all right. You'll get a trophy anyway. I'm sick of this crap, man. I am. It's, where are we going to be at 10 years from now? Well, hell, I'll be so damn.
Right.
But, you know what I'm saying, man? It's just, I served the country for 21 years and just looked, police officer and you just see how things have changed over the years and how the people that used to have the voices that stood up for this country now are silent. They just kind of like let it go. It's go along to get along. Well, I think it's going to boil to a head one of these days, and people are going to get a gut full of it. And it didn't just start under Obama. Obama had a hell of a lot to do with it. You didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen. Well, I'd like to meet the person that made this truck happen here that's paying the down payments on it and get them off my back. You know what I'm saying? It's just absolutely crazy, and it's going to get worse probably before it gets better, but we'll see. But I didn't see that article Big Ed was talking about. I heard him on there. I'll look it up there, but.
Yeah, and I didn't know. I didn't find it in my email. I thought maybe he sent it like a text, but I'm not seeing it either. I'm not sure.
I sent you email over about that farmers.
I got that. Yeah, I should have asked Lauren Weiss about that when I had him on, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I thought she was going to. Because Lauren's pretty versed in that kind of stuff, and I kind of want to hear what he's got to say. Maybe I'll call back in. We can throw it at him, see what his opinion is on it. But, when you break down the beef prices and stuff, the farmers are not getting that, the ranchers are not getting that good a price anyway. But, when you just get to looking at the transportation costs involved in that from the time it leaves the ranch until it hits the store, there's probably, $10, $12 a mile involved in all that, when you break it all down and then the feed and everything else that goes along with it. And I get it that the monopoly on the feeders and feedlots and places like that, the big growers are the big meat packing companies have pretty much taken over all that. So it's an interesting article. I hope Lauren's looked at it. Maybe he'll give a call back in. We'll hear what he's got to say. But that's about all I got. Just wanted to touch in tonight and give my 2 cents on a couple of things, and I think you got about a nickel's worth.
Thanks, Grump. Appreciate you checking in. Yeah, we'll get to the rest of the story, as he said. Beef prices. I forwarded this past weekend about the president's beef import plan. Made that we made a big trade deal last week. Of course, the big trade deal first with India, and then it was Argentina, and that's going to be maybe bringing in some of their beef, right? Planning to cut prices. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the ranchers in this country? According to the reports, most of the cattle ranchers say he missed what's crushing them the most. And that's the power of the meat packers, as they put it. So, yeah, we'll give you more on that coming up here. First, it was, what was it known as? Operation Safe Drive here a few weeks ago. The results are in from the multi-state targeted enforcement campaign that sidelined hundreds of semis and drivers. The DOT on Friday releasing the results from the 3-day enforcement Operation Safe Drive that took place there in January. The FMCSA partnering with other forces and law enforcement agencies around the country. 26 states and the District of Columbia all participated in this. They list all the states that did participate. Now let's get to the heart of the matter. Results of Operation Safe Drive, 8,215 inspections over 3 days, 704 drivers placed out of service, including nearly 500 for English proficiency violations, 1,231 vehicles placed out of service, and a total of 56 arrests, including DUI and illegal presence in the United States. Operation Safe Drive shows what happens when we work together with our law enforcement partners to pull unqualified drivers and vehicles off the roads, says Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We need a whole-of-government approach to ensure the Trump administration's strong standards of safety are in place to protect American families. Again, 500 for English proficiency violations. The question to me now is, are they still off the road or are they just back out there driving again? Question. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the New England Patriots 29-13, earning their second Lombardi Trophy. A relentless Seahawks defense recorded 6 sacks and 2 interceptions, leading the team to the first NFL summit since 2014. Representative Andrew Garbarino, Republican from New York, will lead a House Homeland Security Committee hearing Tuesday on immigration enforcement that includes accountability for recent ICE actions that have drawn controversy and criticism, including the fatal shootings in Minneapolis. Top officials from ICE, CBP, and USCIS are set to testify as lawmakers push for oversight of training and use of force. U.S. skiing legend Lindsey Vonn, age 41, crashed just seconds into the women's Olympic downhill in Cortina while racing on a recently ruptured ACL. She was airlifted off the course and underwent surgery for a broken left leg and is now in stable condition. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air for good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. We roll into a brand new day. I see Carl checked in here a little bit ago. Carl says, good morning, everyone. I have finally and happily retired from truck driving. After exactly 30 years of pure hell. The company will have to find a more intelligent and perfect truck driver than I am. Because I'm not going to be a robot. No more. Was that kind of a sudden, unexpected thing there, Carl? Well, I guess congratulations are in order. Can we start making wagers on when you'll be back on the road? Or are you going to be like Knucklebuster? You're going to stick to your guns. I'm done. All right, we shall see. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Good to have you checking in. Jason on board says a new Love's location officially opened. A new Love's Country Store now open in Alamosa, Colorado. But no truck parking. Okay. Is that one of the smaller locations, the country store? All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. And before we get to Vic here, let me give you the rest of the story, as they say. In regards to meat prices, beef import, the president and his beef import plan that aims to cut prices. But cattle ranchers say this totally misses what's crushing them the most, which is the power of the meat packers. A fourth-generation cattleman and owner of the White Oak Pastures in Bluffton, Georgia, says the meat packers have created a system where they win no matter what, at the cost of everyone else. Now, Harris, who plans to hand off the operation to his children,
said his farm handles every step of production, from raising cattle to processing and selling beef, giving him a clear view of how prices are set. At the center of that pricing power is the Big Four: Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef, anchoring the U.S. beef supply chain from pasture to plate. Together, the packing titans process almost 85% of the grain-fattened cattle that become steaks, roasts, and other supermarket cuts. The U.S. beef market is so highly concentrated that a small number of dominant packers control processing, distribution, pricing. This allows them to pay ranchers less for cattle while charging consumers more at the store. When cheap imported beef enters the system, it just allows the packers to increase their margins. It is a concern echoed deep into cattle country. Texas cattle rancher Cole Bolton said he sees the same problem in the Lone Star State. What the real issue is the price differential between the Big Four packers and what they're paying us for the product. Bolton is the owner of K&C Cattle Company. Those margins, Bolton said, have been squeezed for decades. Ranchers have dealt with such thin margins of profitability for the last 20 years. While ranchers like Bolton and Harris say the president's temporary expansion of U.S. beef imports from Argentina may help ease prices in the short term, both of them warn this is not the substitute for rebuilding domestic production. Imports should be a bridge, not a long-term replacement. We have to rebuild the American cattle herd, protect American farmers, and ensure transparency so consumers understand where their beef comes from. Long-term affordability depends on a healthy, resilient domestic cattle industry, not some permanent dependence on foreign beef. Years of drought, high feed costs, the aging ranching population have thinned the herds, leaving the U.S. cattle supply at the lowest level in some 70 years. I think it's going to take a while to fix this crisis in the cattle shortage. My message to consumers, though, is simple. Folks, be patient. We have to build back our herds. He noted that the cattle industry over the last 5 years has weathered one setback after another, from market turmoil to extreme weather conditions, droughts in the summer, bitterly cold winters, higher costs to feed, you name it. It's just been one vicious cycle in the cattle industry. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Vic, I do believe. What's going on?
Well, I just listened to some of your different topics you were talking about in the last one there. It's, oh, Lord, it'd take a long time to explain what all has been done to the agricultural markets, but I would just throw one thing out here. All the agricultural trades and everything, they refuse to give up on atrazine and the Roundup Ready soybeans. That means that the chemicals are getting into the seed oils. And that's why seed oils are no longer good for your diet. And that's just the beginning. And they use this heavy equipment. They have compacted the soil so much that they don't have the good carbon-fixing bacteria in the soil. That's one reason why you're having more carbon dioxide. And the solution for that is, with the equipment the farmers have today, they can pull a subsoiler. And that's the thing that goes down and breaks up the hard pan and actually turns the soil. And the no-till thing, I knew the guys that started all that. We were in the same area, and his name was Will Spirsher, and he started it. He called it a plow plant thing, and he was up in Wisconsin when he started that. and I couldn't get through his head, is that's different. The soil there is different than it is where you get into the clay soils, and you can't just constantly not turn that soil. It has to be turned every so often for it to stay healthy, so to speak. And I understand now they're having quite a problem with sterile soil. So the problem is so big. And this, whatever her name is, that was the Secretary of Agriculture. She might be a terribly nice person, but she's going to have to go some to convince me she really knows that much about agriculture. And the other thing is, whenever Earl Butts taught me agricultural marketing, when we got to the meat, he says they'll either have to sell it or smell it. And that's the way it was for years. And then the money people got involved, and they said, well, we'll have a cash settled contract, which meant they didn't have to deliver the actual product, which under the old Commodity Exchange Authority, that was considered a commodity, something that was live and had to be delivered or could be delivered. And it just goes on and on from there. But in the short term, I don't understand how importing beef from Argentina or anyplace else will help, because I think that still have that country of origin labeling on it. So by and large, people don't want to really buy any meat unless it's made here in USA, and they've changed the inspection requirements. If you just run a little old locker plant, you have to have an inspector, and you have to pay for it on duty at all times, like people, like Swift or somebody else running a big packing plant. So that's quite involved there, which I would probably have more fun talking about than this deal with this Savannah Guthrie. But real quick, what I don't understand is they're talking about all that stuff. That southwest border is under constant surveillance. I think that they fixed up a bunch of old Navy P-3 Orions. Well, the Air Force had some too, with surveillance. That's been 10, 15 years ago. And then they decided, well, they're just used jets. So as far as I know, the Department of Homeland Security is actually flying those surveillance jets. The Air National Guard units all down through there, they fly surveillance on that border looking for actual military invasion. So I don't know, where her house is at exactly in relation to the border. They just said it's 60 miles from the Mexican border, but close to Tucson. And I hadn't looked that up or anything, but I would have thought that was the first thing that they would have done was look for the last signs of life and where she was, and then go from there. But I don't know. But the one thing that I was going, because these cartels, they spend a lot of money getting routes into the United States, and Homeland Security's pretty well shut them down. And now here in Indianapolis, I have no idea what it was about, but the students did a walkout on against ICE or something, and a police officer seen one of them get into a car with a gun, and they went to find out what was going on with the kid, and he wouldn't get out, and the police officer dealt rather roughly with him, and though he didn't get out, he'd kill him or something. I don't know. Now they're investigating IMPD for talking mean to the kid or whatever. But the FOP president pretty well laid it on the line. He said, if this is an approved school activity, the school should be responsible for it. We shouldn't be bothered with it. But apparently it's more important how the police talk to these kids than it is to have a teenager running around with a gun he shouldn't have. So I don't know where all this stuff's going with them trying to downgrade ICE. I guess they've been trying to defund it. But by and large, I don't know if that has any connection there with this Guthrie or not. If somebody's trying to establish a new route into the United States or what, who knows. But I do know that they have tools that they can pretty well get to the bottom of that between the sides. We're all under constant surveillance. You always following the satellites and all that stuff. I mean, I think they could detect an awful lot of activity, but they have a starting point to start from. It's like, who knows out in that part of the world? Surely, I don't think they have any animals big enough to carry her off, but that has happened before too. That's usually more in Alaska, but that's about all I have for tonight, Steve.
All right, Vic. Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in here on the greatest day of the week, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. So while all the football fans were enjoying their Super Bowl Sunday parties, chowing down on buffalo wings and snack dips and all that good stuff, I was pretty much snoozing the day away. But Brain Dead did forward to me, I guess you'd say kind of a heartwarming story related to the Super Bowl, which was it just wouldn't feel like the Super Bowl for them if they weren't all there. And this past day might very well have been the last time they all do it. That's what 3 old friends were coming to grips with. Just before the big game yesterday, the trio of octogenarians are the only fans left in this exclusive, what they call Never Missed a Super Bowl Club. Really? Don Chrisman of Maine, Gregory Eaton from Michigan, and Tom Henschel from Florida. We're back for another big game this year. 2 of the 3 kind of grappling with the fact that their advanced years and decreased mobility means this is probably their last time. Of course, the big game, the Seahawks versus the Patriots, this past day. Chrisman, a Patriots fan since the franchise started, was excited to see his team in the game for a record-setting 12th time. But he said this is going to be definitely the final one. He made the trip with his daughter this year. He said, we made it to 60. They've been to every Super Bowl. Getting older, kind of scaling back. said he first met Henschel at the 1983 Super Bowl. He turns 90 this year. Meanwhile, Henschel, at the age of 84, had been slowed by a stroke. Both said this is probably the last time they'll make the increasingly expensive trip to the game. But some of those members have said that before. For his part, Eaton, who is now 86, plans to keep going as long as he's physically able to do so. Eaton, who runs a ground transportation company in Detroit, is actually the only member of the group that's not retired right now. He'd still like to finally see his beloved Lions make it to a Super Bowl, he says. Even so, all three said they've kind of scaled back the time that they're dedicating each year to this big trip. Chrisman used to spend an entire week in the host city, soaking up all the pomp and the pageantry. These days, it's really just about the game itself, not the hype. We don't go for a week anymore. We do go maybe 3-4 days. Eaton also admits the price and the hype of the big game. It's really got to be a lot. I think everything's big. They're all fun, but they've just got so commercial. I mean, it's $10,000 a trip now. It's worth it to see Don and Tom, he says, but they're my brothers. They were actually speaking at a news conference on Friday. The three were there together. Again, three individuals, I guess, that have made it to every Super Bowl. 60 Super Bowls under their belt. How about that? Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Heads up, coming up later this week, we are slated on our Wednesday night into our Thursday morning show. Talk a little bit about taxes. I know the one topic that no one really looks forward to ever. But it's something we all have to face every year. And right now, tax season is upon us. That April deadline is just around the corner. And Dean Michael, a.k.a. the Tax Doctor, is planning to join us for the first time in quite some time to talk a bit about taxes. I plan to ask him, obviously, a lot of things when it comes to filing, especially this year, have changed. I'll be trying to get an update on how the tax filers are able to stay up to speed. A lot of changes occurred with the signature legislation last year, the president's big, beautiful bill, of course. Many are saying if you're one of those who normally may try to file on your own, especially this year, may be a good year to seek professional help. Of course, for the truck drivers out there, in most cases, there is a lot of technicalities impacting the trucking community that obviously many of the big box tax assistants, we won't name names, but most of them have no idea the ins and outs, the pros and the cons of filing for the trucking community, what can and cannot be deducted, all that. Dean and his crew are top-notch when it comes to the trucking community and taxes, so we'll be looking forward to that. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll kind of delve into why the IRS imposters are right now targeting working Americans and how can you stay one step ahead. Tax time is never fun, especially if you're juggling long hours, miles on the road, the paperwork that's piling up back home. This year, it's messier than ever. Changes to the tax filing programs, the end of the free government-run filing system, have left a lot of people wondering what is legitimate and what is not. There's scammers out there that know confusion is their best fuel. When people hesitate, that's when they strike. Every tax season, we see the scammers wrap up their activity. According to the Vice President of Customer Marketing and Education at Trend Micro, with a lot of confusion right now that the free government-run filing system is discontinued. Undoubtedly, we are going to see scammers trying to take advantage. That usually means fake IRS emails about refunds, text messages claiming your account has been flagged, or some shady tax help offers promising faster money. As the month of February rolls on, the pressure to file quickly begins to build, and that rush kind of creates the perfect opening for the fraudsters. More on that coming up in our next hour. 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more with fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators in Tucson continue searching for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, believed abducted from her home. A ransom note demanding $6 million in Bitcoin and a follow-up message are being examined by the FBI. No suspects have yet been identified. Authorities are urging anyone with tips to come forward as concerns grow for her health. Senator Adam Schiff is criticizing President Trump's call to nationalize elections. On ABC's This Week, the California Democrat accused the president of trying to suppress votes.
If he loses the vote, and I think the Republicans now expect they'll get a real drubbing in the midterms, he's prepared to try to take some kind of action to overturn the result, and we really shouldn't question that.
Trump says federal involvement may be needed if states cannot run elections fairly, and repeated claims of past fraud. A Hudson Valley man will avoid jail time after pleading guilty last week to reduce charges for threatening House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
35-year-old Christopher Moynihan of Dutchess County, arrested in October for threatening the Brooklyn Democrat, accepted a plea deal that reduced the charges from a felony to a misdemeanor. He'll be sentenced to 3 years probation on April 2nd. The Albany Times-Union reports Moynihan was one of at least a dozen Hudson Valley residents who were charged in the January 6th riot on Capitol Hill and later pardoned by President Trump. I'm Larry Kofsky, NBC News Radio.
Russia's investigative committee is accusing Ukraine of involving in the shooting of a Russian general. General Vladimir Alexiev was wounded in a Moscow apartment building and is recovering following surgery. Authorities say a suspect was arrested in Dubai after fleeing Russia. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.89. Mono County, California is up to $5.64, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma is $1.84. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Lawmakers and activists in Florida and Ohio are pushing proposals to cap out, cut, or even eliminate property taxes. Critics say doing so would force huge increases in sales or income taxes and could strain funding for schools and local services if new revenue is not located. An Arizona man is in custody after he allegedly shot a state trooper during a SWAT operation in Phoenix.
DPS says SWAT troopers were serving, quote, a high-risk search warrant to Darrell Bell on Thursday when 2 women saw troopers approaching and ran inside to tell him. Bell allegedly began to shoot at the SWAT officers, hitting one in the shoulder. The suspect was shot by officers and was sent to the hospital. Bell was released from the hospital Saturday and is booked on several felony charges, including 18 counts of attempted murder. I'm Jim Forbes.
2 West Virginia National Guard members shot in a November ambush near the White House will be receiving Purple Hearts. Sarah Beckstrom passed away. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still recovering. The suspected shooter, an Afghan national, has pled not guilty. A new study says menopause is tied to changes in brain structure, mental health, and sleep.
The University of Cambridge study also shows menopause could cause higher levels of anxiety and depression. Researchers found reduced gray matter in several areas of the brain in women who had gone through menopause. The study also found that postmenopausal women are more likely to report insomnia, reduced sleep, and ongoing tiredness. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. A new day comes our way. Time zone to time zone. Here we are rolling into a Monday. So, Super Bowl in the books. Right now in the sports world, I guess, well, we've got the Olympics. Countdown to the Daytona 500. Yes, indeed. Start things off this hour. Good morning, Billy checking in. Hello, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. 20 degrees, Wilson, North Carolina. Headed up to Garysburg. Then we'll head back down to Southport for the Lowe's Home Improvement Store. By the way, I am marked safe from not watching the Super Bowl. There you go. Yeah, thank you, Billy. Hope you had a good weekend. We left off there. Tax time. Tax season is here. Why the scammers actually thrive in times like this when the tax rules kind of feel unclear. Explaining uncertainty is one of the most effective tools the scammers have. When taxpayers aren't sure how the filing rules work or whether a message is legitimate, the criminals step in with communications designed to sound official and helpful. The goal is not clarity. The goal is speed. They look to create a heightened sense of anxiety among the people they're targeting. When taxpayers don't feel confident about what's real, whether it's new filing options, eligibility rules, or program updates, the criminals step in with messages that sound official and sound helpful. Those imposters often pose as either the Internal Revenue Service, a tax preparation service, or even government support. Once they establish your trust, the message quickly turns transactional, asking for clicks, personal data, or payments. The most common IRS impersonation scam that's going on right now. While the delivery methods change, the core message rarely does. Something's wrong, and it has to be fixed immediately. The most common tactic we're seeing is a fake refund or account alert message that claims something's wrong and needs immediate action to be taken. Other scams go a step further, some directing you to fake IRS login pages, which are designed to steal credentials. Others promoting fraudulent tax assistance, presenting themselves as government-backed or low-cost help in order to collect personal and financial information. These scams arrive by email or text message, possibly a phone call or fake websites. Many of these are polished enough to appear legitimate. Language plays a central role in tax scams. Phrases such as new rules or urgent account issue, designed to trigger panic before logic has a chance to catch up. They suggest the recipient has missed something important or is risked to lose money. Those phrases work because they can trigger panic and urgency. People are more likely to react emotionally versus logically. New rules oftentimes suggest you've missed something important. And an urgent account issue creates fear of penalties, delays, or possibly losing a refund. The safest response, they say, is to pause, do not click links, reply to messages or call phone numbers included in an alert. Do not do that. Go directly to a trusted source like irs.gov using your own browser. Many scams via text follow a similar structure. A common example reads, quote, IRS notice. Your tax refund is on hold due to a filing discrepancy under the updated 2026 rules. Verify your identity now to avoid delays. At first glance, a message like that may appear credible. They often include official-looking logos, reference numbers, and links that resemble real government pages. It may even include a convincing IRS-style logo, maybe a case number, and a link that looks legitimate. But the red flags are pretty much always the same. The message pressures immediate action, directing you to non-government websites, requesting sensitive information such as a social security number, bank details, or login credentials. The damage rarely ends with a single click. The most serious consequences are identity theft and financial loss. Once the scammers have personal information, they can file fraudulent tax returns, steal refunds, or actually open credit accounts and access bank fraud. The victims often spend months trying to recover lost money, repair their credit damage, and restore their identities. Now, this is how the IRS really communicates with the taxpayer. Despite the repeated warnings, many people still believe the IRS might email or text them. A legitimate tax service or the IRS will not reach out unexpectedly by email, text, or social media. They will not pressure you to act immediately. Scam messages often share the same warning signs. They sound urgent. They include links or attachments. They ask for sensitive information right away. If the message creates panic or demands fast action, that alone is reason to be skeptical. The IRS primarily communicates by official mail. Unexpected digital contact should always raise concerns. What to watch for as new scams evolve? Tax scams are growing more sophisticated with each passing year. You got to watch for scams that feel more real than ever. That includes highly polished phishing emails, refund texts designed for quick mobile clicks, fake tax ads, and cloned websites that mimic real IRS or tax preparation portals. The biggest mistake people still make is treating an unexpected tax message like it's an emergency. During the tax season, speed is the scammer's advantage. Take an extra 30 seconds. Double check the source. That could prevent months of financial identity damage. Now, what do you do if you maybe clicked by mistake? If you realize too late that a message was fraudulent, acting fast can limit the damage. First, stop engaging immediately. Do not click links or download attachments or reply. Next, report the incident. Forward any phishing emails to phishing@irs.gov and file the report at the reportfraud.ftc.gov website. After that, you need to monitor financial accounts closely, change passwords, and consider maybe placing a fraud alert or credit freeze if necessary. The fraudsters out there making lots of money this time of year. Be careful who you deal with, right? There you go. Advice as tax season is upon us. Hey, we head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Just getting on I-4 here for my trip down to Disney. How you doing today?
Greatest day of the week. Here we are.
Hey, Steve, I didn't watch that Super Bowl, but I know who won and all that kind of stuff. And I was looking at the stats there. And, the Patriots did exactly what a lot of NFL teams did this year, including the Chicago Bears, is they just delivered at the end of the deal. They didn't go through the whole thing. If you look at the Seahawks, they scored every quarter, or they had something going on every quarter. whereas the Patriots didn't. And I didn't even see the game. I didn't see the game. I didn't see the halftime. I didn't see anything. Just looking at the stats themselves and what was accomplished in the game, you can see it right there on the paper. So that's what I think the Patriots now have to step up to. What do you think?
Well, they scoreless in 3 quarters. Didn't get their first any points till the fourth quarter. It was too late.
Yes, it was, and it's like you can't do that. If you want to, you got to do it. You got to be consistent through the whole deal.
Yeah.
You just can't deliver in one quarter. You got to deliver in all of them. You got to use your time wisely if you want to win the game. That's just the way it is. That's just my opinion about that. But I went to bed before the Super Bowl and all that went down last night, but I saw some of the commercials before I laid down, and I saw one commercial that was hair being made as a character that somebody had shaved off their body for some kind of razor or something, and that was kind of stupid. But then I saw something that was very disturbing, which was a guy talking to his mother, and she was an AI. And for a lot of us out there that have our mothers and fathers that are deceased, it's pretty disturbing when you see something like that, and you're like, this lady was talking to him like she was sitting on the couch across from him. It was almost like a holographic image of his mother talking to him and talking to him about going to older dating services. And they kind of made a joke out of it and all that kind of stuff. But, it's very disturbing when you see something like that. What are your thoughts, Steve?
So was this, because I haven't seen the commercials, was this like trying to promote an AI account, promote for other people to do that?
Absolutely. It was promoting AI service. I can't remember who the service was, but it was a very disturbing commercial. Now, we've seen this in movies before. We've seen it in Star Wars when they go and they pull the information up from the robot,
the hologram,
and it's a picture of it. Yeah, we've seen this stuff before, but when you actually have folks that are in your family that are deceased, and sure, I would love to talk to my mother again. I would love to talk to my father again. But you get people that get really, really emotional about this kind of stuff. It's strange. It's very strange, Steve, and it's very disturbing. Now, moving on, about this beef thing. Steve, this has been happening for years in produce. I grew up in the citrus industry as a child with my dad working in citrus in Indian River County, Florida. And if anybody knows Indian River County, Florida, back in the day, that's where all the good grapefruit and oranges came from. And our main competitor back when I was a little kid was California. We're like, we're not going to let those West Coast guys get us out, because we were making millions of dollars off the Japanese importing stuff to Japan, and we were selling unbelievable fruit all over the United States. Then all of a sudden, when I got into my teens and I got to almost about 20 years old, my dad comes up to me and goes, dude, we got a new competitor. We got Brazil. We got Peru. We got these other countries that are going to come in and take our deal. And what's funny about the whole situation is Walmart, one of the biggest stores in America, they import a lot of their fruit. They import a lot of their lemons, their limes. This has been going on for years in produce. If you go buy a banana, Steve, how many banana growers do you think there are in the United States?
None that I'm aware of.
Do you know where most of their bananas come from? They come from South America. They mostly come from Costa Rica.
Yep.
But you go to Walmart or you go to any of the big stores, you look at where they get their bananas from, I guarantee you if it's 50 cents or more or below that, they're coming from Costa Rica. Can you imagine how much a banana would cost from the United States? Because probably the only place that could be grown would be in Hawaii. And you know what it's like trying to ship bananas out of Hawaii? Look at the price of the pineapples from Hawaii. And this is just something that the beef industry is going to be going through. I went to Walmart yesterday, Steve, to buy some stuff for dinner. Okay? I saw 3 ribeye steaks that were prepackaged. Now, these aren't cut steaks. These are actually packaged steaks that Walmart has cut and in the store. Walmart doesn't have a butcher in the back cutting meat.
Mm-hmm.
That's out the door. That's cost expenditure. So I saw 3 ribeye steaks. They were $63 for 3 ribeye steaks, Steve. That's over $20 a steak there, buddy.
Yep.
Now, that's a little, and it wasn't good quality stuff. I'm talking, this wasn't primo quality ribeyes. I mean, you could tell it's been out there for a bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that we're going to see with this. I mean, we got rid of the butchers now. I mean, I work for Walmart. I see it on a daily basis when I'm at work. But yesterday when I seen that, I was like $63 for 3 ribeye steaks. I mean, and I think there was probably 4 pounds, maybe 3 pounds, 2 or 3 pounds, maybe at the very most, between those 3 steaks. So they were probably under a pound apiece. I'm just guessing. I didn't
$20
really look at the
$20 a pound.
Absolutely, it was probably more than that. It's probably $23 or $25 a pound. But that's what the beef guys are getting beat up about. I mean, they're making their money. They've been making their money for years. I don't have a problem with it. But when you start importing this stuff and you say you get something, say, from another country and it's going to be like $5 a pound instead of $20 a pound, and you're a guy out here like me, what are you going to do? You're going to go for the cheap stuff. That's just the way it is in America, And by the way, in grocery stores, I don't know if it's a law, but I knew Walmart we try to promote it as much as we can. We try to put where everything comes from, especially in our produce areas. I'm not sure about our meat areas, but I know in the produce area where I work from, they are very adamant about us putting what country of origin it comes from on where that product is being sold, because they want to promote it that way,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if the other stores are doing that. I think it's a good idea to give people alternatives if they want to buy it from there or not. But it's something that has been started in the last few years, and we try to do it. Now, it's hard to do it because when Walmart buys stuff, they're like any other company, Steve. They go to where it's the most cheapest. You know what I mean? When you buy product, you buy it from the cheapest place you can to make money. It's about profitability,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand that. And it's something to look at. Now, moving on away from this, I've got some new news about 39A, that big launch pad that SpaceX is running their stuff out of right now. There are no more human flights going out of 39A, Steve. They are no longer going to put any human space flight out of that pad. It is getting retrofitted for the Starship. Okay? So there will not be no more Crew 12 or anything like that going out of 39A. I heard that over the weekend, and I was shocked when I heard it. But as of February 26th, which they've already started tearing crane out there, started working on it, and 39A is going to be transitioning now. It's going to be getting away from human flight, and everything is going to be done out of Launch Pad SLC-40, which is the launch pad they just added the arm on,
Mm-hmm.
that where you can walk out to the rocket. So it's a big deal. That means SpaceX is stepping up their game with the Starship. Also, I seen something that was very interesting on the internet. There is a new plane out. It is a drone made by Boeing. It's called a QA-28. If anybody has any time, check out the videos that are on the QA-28. It is been built and tested down in Australia, and it will be added to our arsenal. And you can actually see up close how they load missiles on this drone and how they operate it. It's a very interesting piece about the next step with these drones. And it's stealth, Steve. You can't see it. So, but that's all I got today. I know you're getting up on that news part. So y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me, buddy.
All right, interesting stuff. And I did see over the weekend that I guess what the official word SpaceX delaying their plans to focus on Mars and will now be prioritizing a trip to the moon. That was the word to investors Friday, according to the Wall Street Journal. SpaceX is targeting March of 2027 for a lunar landing with astronauts on board. Now, the aerospace firm told investors it is prioritizing development of the Starship vehicle and aligning with NASA's Artemis program, for which SpaceX is building a human landing system to put astronauts on the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo. This pivot or change kind of reflects both technical milestones in Starship's development and pressure to deliver some form of tangible results when it comes to lunar exploration before trying to tackle more distant goals like Mars. Now, that news after SpaceX agreed to acquire xAI in a deal that values the rocket and satellite company at $1 trillion and the artificial intelligence outfit at $250 billion. $1.25 trillion in total. Meanwhile, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the New England Patriots 29-13, earning their second Lombardi Trophy. A relentless Seahawks defense recorded 6 sacks and 2 interceptions, leading the team to the first NFL summit since 2014. Representative Andrew Garbarino, Republican from New York, will lead a House Homeland Security Committee hearing Tuesday on immigration enforcement that includes accountability for recent ICE actions that have drawn controversy and criticism, including the fatal shootings in Minneapolis. Top officials from ICE, CBP, and USCIS are set to testify as lawmakers push for oversight of training and use of force. U.S. skiing legend Lindsey Vonn, age 41, crashed just seconds into the women's Olympic downhill in Cortina while racing on a recently ruptured ACL. She was airlifted off the course and underwent surgery for a broken left leg and is now in stable condition. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
On a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. All I know is it went by mighty quick. And just like that, here we are back in the saddle again, as they say. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, right about the midway point here on our Monday edition. All right, a quiet Monday. 844-844-3388. Anybody paying attention to the stock market? Will the roaring stock market continue into the new week here? As the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit the historic 50,000 mark on Friday. The S&P 500 ended up nearly 2% higher. The NASDAQ up 2.18%. As NVIDIA and other chip makers all vaulted higher. Meanwhile, Amazon tumbled after the cloud heavyweight forecast a sharp increase in spending on artificial intelligence infrastructure. Amazon fell after saying it planned a more than 50% jump in capital expenditures this year, intensifying a race dominated by AI technology. And that followed a similar announcement from Alphabet last week on Wednesday, However, the chip stocks rallied on expectations they would all benefit from all that increased spending on these AI data centers by both Amazon and Alphabet, NVIDIA, Advanced Micro Devices, and Broadcom, all surging. The semiconductor index also made big gains. Friday's rallies on the S&P and the NASDAQ followed 3 straight days of losses marked by concerns about AI. Several software companies were hit last week by concerns that AI could create more competition and hurt their margins, while investors have also fretted about elevated valuations following years of steep gains in AI-related stocks. The trade has been volatile. There have been sell-offs at times, but I think there's enough evidence that there is real demand for AI products, real promise with what they can do, and a necessity of a lot of spending to get there, according to one investment analyst at Baird in Louisville, Kentucky. So when there's kind of a sell-off, I think there's a floor where there's going to be a certain set of investors that step in and start buying these names. Software and data service companies rebounded from some of their recent losses. CrowdStrike and Palantir both up. The Dow outperformed the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ last week. Reflecting the same trend, the Russell 2000 index of small-cap companies also rallied last week. When you watch the markets, rallies are oftentimes followed by corrections. What do we see for the new day, the new week here on a Monday? New records possible? Could be. Meanwhile, Horse Feathers, how's your week starting out?
It's just kind of slow and I don't know, cold yet, Your Honor.
Yeah, still, yeah.
Started out at 14, down to 12 now. Makes it pretty ugly pulling these tubes of propane down the road, the pipeline on wheels.
Yep.
Because, how we used to talk about in the old days there about getting hot gas and hot fuel and whether your dispenser is doing temperature compensation to 60 degrees.
Yeah.
Because 60 degrees is the benchmark where fuel and oil is sold at there. So if so you have expansion and contraction of the liquid, vapor, or I guess solids don't expand. Well, they do a little bit, but not enough to be noticeable there. Negligible amount, I guess they call that, right? $5 truck driver word for Monday morning. Boy, don't ask for more than that. Anyway, so you in the summertime there, to get the same amount of gallons in, it takes up more space, so it fills the trailer up nice and tight, and you don't really feel a whole lot of movement back there. And I just put a load on here, and my temperature gauge said my product was 5 degrees. Now that's 55 degrees below the 60 degree point there that they base everything off of. So you start out the calculations, and of course the weight of the product never changes, but the amount you get per pound, I don't know. I haven't figured out how the whole thing works yet. It's, I don't know, somehow above my pay grade because I don't know. Usually I did good with math, but this figuring this calculation out. But all I know is I only have about 71% in my trailer to make 80,000 pounds right now. And even though I have baffles in my trailer, I still feel like I'm running a smooth bore tube like what you have for food grade or a milk tank. And oh my. It's not as bad as molasses. Molasses is probably about the worst product you can haul in a tank because of how thick and heavy it actually is, and it slams really hard. But yeah, we're getting our workout today, and you got to readjust how you ship the truck because you actually have to ship the truck with the flow of the product, or else you actually don't go anywhere. It's a real once you start doing it and figure it out, it's not too bad. But when you haven't done it a little while, and you remember real fast. Let me tell you, you remember real fast. But when we come to a stop, you'll come to a stop and you'll be sitting there, and if you're kind of half eased off on the brakes a little bit, you'll get one last slosh that goes from the front of the trailer to the back of the trailer to the front of the trailer. When it hits that front of the trailer the second time there, it'll about shove you another 20 feet up the road if you're not paying attention to it. So yeah, it's a whole thing to be a tanker yanker out here, and especially if you got the smooth bore trailer and they're not filled right to the top. But anyways, there. So yeah, it's a little chilly yet, but did a thing over the weekend there. Went down to the State Fire Museum. They had a little history class because back in 1904, about this time of year, they had a big fire in the city of Baltimore there. Burned down pretty much the whole commercial district on the north side of the harbor. All of what is pretty much modern downtown Baltimore. Pretty much burned all to the ground there. Yeah. Of course, it was still some wood construction, but a lot of brick construction. But forget what they said. I think it was like 1,400 or 1,500 structures that were damaged, destroyed in the fire, and they had 400 and a little bit over 400 city of Baltimore firefighters, and then they had just shy of 800 mutual aid firefighters come in from anywhere as far south as Washington, and I think a few came up from Northern Virginia, and they actually had equipment and manpower brought down all the way from New York City, Philadelphia. They actually put the equipment that came down from New York actually got put on rail, and trains brought them down. Of course, you got to remember 1904. There was pretty much no internal combustion engines running anything. Everything was pretty much still horse-drawn, and I don't know. I think there was maybe a dozen cars in the city of Baltimore. They did have electricity, so there was a lot of electrical lines run through the city, and they had trolley tracks and trolleys running, and a lot of people, that lived in the city actually used the trolley system. And in that fire that burned for 3 days, pretty much, they had 2 fatalities, and then I forget what they said for injuries, but one of the fatalities actually was a fireman who ended up with pneumonia from being out in the elements, because guess what, Your Honor? 1904 was about like what we have right now, temperature-wise, and there was actually strong winds blowing, anywhere 25, 30, 35 mile-an-hour winds blowing through the time that this fire was happening. So you can only imagine the severe heat that was being generated from the buildings and the embers and a lot of wooden rooftops, and all the embers went flying down in the wind to all the next buildings, and it was one after the other. But they said at one point they were estimating the temperature of the fire to be somewhere between 1,800 and 2,000 degrees there in its hottest points. So they were melting glass and everything else through all of that. But anyways, there's a quick little history lesson of Baltimore, and it took them 2 years to get most of the major reconstruction done, and they said by 3 years you wouldn't even be able to tell that there was a fire in the city, other than the fact where the fire was that they actually decided to make the streets wider to have the buildings further apart, so it wasn't so easy for the fire to jump from building to building. So if you actually drive down through the downtown area and you get out of where the fire zone was, you can, or the burn zone as they called it, you can actually tell when you get back, because the reconstruction project of Baltimore did not have enough money to continue on and widening the streets out of the burn district. So you can tell when you get back, because your streets all get nice and narrow and tight, and you feel like you're going to knock off mirrors of cars parked on the side of the roads and stuff. But anyway, so there's that. So your news report there says Lindsey Vonn ended up with a broken left leg. Now, do we have any more? Because that's like just a little bit of information. There's the upper leg and the lower leg.
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
did she
right.
Did she break the femur? And if that's the case, usually you end up with a pin in the femur. They have to put a rod in it, and that's one of the reasons for surgery. But if it was the lower leg, you got the two bones, and a lot of times they have to be, if they're broke through. I mean, we don't know if she ended up with a compound fracture or that, or how she was. It really the wreck didn't look that hard. The biggest thing that I saw was that after the wreck, she was laying there. She was pretty much what I guess you'd call her spread eagle, because she had, she was laying on her back, and both legs were turned so that the insides of her legs and her feet were showing. Each toes, the toes were pointing opposite directions, and skis laying flat on the ground. And of course, part of the problem with the those types of skiers is that the bindings are so tight on the skis that they don't release from the boots. It takes a lot. I mean, you pretty much have to twist your leg off to actually get the binding to release from the ski boot anymore for what they do, and
I get where you're coming. I was trying to pull up an update here, so yeah, we shall do that. Come back and see if we can get to the rest of the story, as they say. Yeah, the first reports, the only thing I had seen was a broken leg. You're right. That's not a lot of detail. Could be a lot of different things. But she had surgery. And all right, hold the thought. We'll be right back.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, so this update really doesn't give us a whole heck of a lot more in regards to Lindsay. Let's see, the U.S. ski team said Vaughn is in stable condition. She was treated by a multidisciplinary team and underwent an orthopedic operation to stabilize a fracture reported in her left leg. She'll be okay, but it's going to be a bit of a process. According to the chief of the sport for U.S. ski and snowboard team, obviously this sport is brutal, and people need to remember when they're watching, these athletes are throwing themselves down a mountain going really, really fast. All right. Vaughn hooked the fourth gate with her right arm that spun her off balance. She fought to regain control, but her legs had already splayed, and her weight quickly shifted to the back of the skis, pulling her backward. She fell to the right and then tumbled headfirst in the snow. Everything happens quick. It looks like she had an incredible amount of speed out of that turn, and she hooked her arm, and it's over just like that. Now, obviously, she could be heard wailing in pain. The gasps and groans from the fans faded into shocked silence as medics worked on her. She remained on the course for approximately 13 minutes before being loaded onto the helicopter. All right, so that doesn't give us a whole lot more, really. Broken leg, like you say, upper, lower, somewhere in between, I don't know.
Well, you said fractured leg in that report, so a fracture is better than broken.
Okay.
Because broken means you have an extra space in the middle to move that's not supposed to move. Fracture, you have a crack in it, but it's not usually they don't usually use that terminology for what a broken bone is. So
gotcha.
So fracture still should be an intact bone, but have a crack in it. But a broken bone normally means that you have two pieces where it should have been one.
Yep.
So anyways, if that's the case, that's better news because it might not require pinning, plating, screws. Possibly, I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe with the fracture they decided to strengthen the fracture by plating or screwing it, and but maybe it's not like a broken femur where they have to install a rod, and it's a major process. So I know a bunch of people that did motocross racing there, and broken femurs are a pretty common thing in the motocross racing. So it's pretty ugly, but and actually. We won't go there. We'll leave it set at that. Anyways, so we did the fire, did that. Drummer Girl sent me a picture of a propane hauler that his tank became disconnected from his truck. It's not a good thing because the tank actually ended up on its side, and the report that I saw said had about 8,700 gallons of propane, liquid propane in it. So of course, you don't know the tank size. You don't know what the percentage filled was. So you don't. You get part of the information you need. But since I wasn't, there on the scene, it's not really that pertinent. But they didn't have any leak. But of course, like everything else, they pretty much call out everybody from the National Guard to the dog catcher, and so I guess they have to get out all their special equipment to drag around the countryside. But they didn't have any leak or anything, and I'm not sure, the little report I saw, you didn't get to figure out if they actually emptied the tank before they uprighted it, or if they uprighted it, and, what they were able to do with it. But anyway, so glad nothing bad came out of that. But if you remember, there was probably been 10 years now. It's hard to believe it's been that long. There was one that came disconnected up there in the Philadelphia area. Ranger actually called in about it there because it screwed him up one night going to work or on his run or something. And that actually left out of the oil refinery that I load at up there in Delaware. And anyways, that one, I think the whole fifth wheel frame itself came off that truck, but the tank itself rolled over, and in the point, that tank actually had a rupture. But being in the summertime, it was pretty warm, and when it ruptured, it pretty much vaporized the load, so that it just had to dissipate the vapor, and there didn't end up being any fire or anything with that one, which was good. But it's a rarity to actually have one of these tanks have a rupture in it. If anything normally happens, the piping or a valve will get broken off, and that'll allow leakage. But as far as the tanks themselves, kind of like the rail cars, they're made out of a heavy steel that's pretty well tempered, and they'll take a severe impact and not have any problem out of them usually. As I say, something can actually puncture them, then it'll tear. If you can tear them open, then that's one thing. But for the most part, I mean, if they lay over going down the road at 55, 60 mile an hour, they'll slide on their sides for a long time before you have any problems with them.
I guess as long as there's not a rupture and a spark, because that'd be a bad scenario, wouldn't it? Hey, let's pause for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of NBC's Savannah Guthrie, has been missing since January 31st from her Tucson, Arizona home in an active investigation now being treated as a suspected abduction. Authorities found blood matching hers at the scene. They have no suspects. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Savannah and her siblings have made public pleas for her safe return. Federal officials say 2 detainees have tested positive for measles at the Dilley Immigration Detention Center in southern Texas. ICE has restricted movement and quarantined all those exposed. Lawmakers are raising concerns about the disease risks inside crowded detention facilities. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the U.S. wants a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia by early summer.
Zelensky's comment comes in a statement issued Saturday by his office. He says Washington has proposed that delegations from both countries meet in the U.S. sometime next week and that Ukraine will take part. Zelensky's remarks followed another large-scale Russian attack overnight on Ukraine's power grid by hundreds of drones and missiles. I'm Scott Carr.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet with President Donald Trump in Washington on Wednesday to discuss renewed U.S. talks with Iran. Netanyahu's office says any deal must include limits on Iran's ballistic missiles and support for militant groups as indirect nuclear negotiations continue. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.89. Mono County, California is up to $5.64. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.84. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Supreme Court will review Arizona's law requiring wine cellars to maintain an in-state storefront. The case could reaffirm that states cannot block out-of-state businesses from shipping products under the Constitution's Dormant Commerce Clause. A San Diego biotech startup says they found a way to trick cancer cells into destroying themselves with its molecular glue.
Neomorph announced it's begun its first clinical trial involving a kidney cancer patient. The molecular glue Neo-811 is being used to treat a common form of kidney cancer. The company says Neomorph's glue redirects the body to dispose of harmful proteins by labeling them as trash, so enzymes will throw them away. I'm Lisa Carton.
With measles outbreaks rising across several states, U.S. health official Dr. Mehmet Oz has urged Americans to get the measles vaccination as the country risks losing its measles elimination status, and children are among those most effective. Public health experts warn that most cases are among unvaccinated people. A celebrity sighting of sorts in Los Angeles, a celebrity with a lot of fur and a tail.
Many come to Los Angeles seeking fame and fortune, probably not the motives of a wolf who arrived in the county this weekend, but officials say it's the first known wolf in the area in at least a century. The 3-year-old female, who has a GPS collar, made the trek from Kern County. She's likely looking for a mate. Wolves are rare in California. There's apparently only around 60 of them. I'm Jason Nathanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
keep the bugs off your glass, and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
With the 2026 season just a few weeks away, we continue to look ahead at some of the early season polls. Coming to you from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. We have already talked about the start of the 2026 season, and now we preview a fun weekend of horsepower in the Midwest. The calendar will flip to March in a month, and a poll in Fort Wayne, Indiana will be an untraditional doubleheader, with different types of horsepower hitting the dirt. Friday, March 6th, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational NTPA Championship Truck and Tractor Pull will start the weekend at 7 with a great lineup: Pro Stocks, two-wheel drives, mini modifieds, hot farms, 3.0 diesel trucks, and semis take to the track. Then Saturday is a day of roar and horsepower. At 1, full-throttle monster trucks hit the track with side-by-side racing, wheelie competition, and the fan-favorite freestyle competition. After that show, grab dinner and come back for more pulling action at 7. The same 6 classes from Friday return Saturday to put on a show. After a night of pulling, you can make a 4th trip into Memorial Coliseum for another round of full-throttle monster trucks on Sunday starting at 2. If you're a little lost, here you go. Friday it's pulling at 7, Saturday at 1 monster trucks. Then at 7 more pulling, and then you can wrap up the weekend Sunday at 2 with more monster trucks. And since we're all polling fans, just know this weekend is the first outside of the state of Florida, and it's indoors, so you can get the thrill of truck and tractor pulling in the comfort of a climate-controlled arena. If you're not near Fort Wayne, you can still watch NTPA Championship Pulling every Wednesday night on RFD TV. Relive some of the best hooks of 2025 and watch the best pullers in the country put on a show. The biggest classes, the best hooks, and the most horsepower from the comfort of your home. Wednesday on RFD TV with NTPA Championship Pulling. And with the NTPA full schedule coming out very, very soon, keep checking ntpapoll.com to know when and where you can catch a poll in 2026. While you're there, you can also see the best of the best with the NTPA Hall of Fame. The early pioneers of polling are showcased for you, and you can see some of the early pollers and learn more about them. And this reminder, if you are a polling fan and you're looking for a reason to go south, the NTPA Grand National Championship Polling opens up the 2026 season in just over a week at Inverness, Florida, and it's happening for the first time in the Sunshine State. You can spend Valentine's Day, which is happening next Saturday, February 14th at the track. The first hook is at 4:30 Eastern, and then you can come back the next day, Sunday the 15th, starting at 2 Eastern at the Citrus County Fairgrounds in Inverness, Florida. 3.0 diesel trucks, multi-engine modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farms are going to be pulling both days. You can get all the info at ntpapoll.com. If you want the convenience of the NTPA in the palm of your hand, download the NTPA Polling app in your app and Play Store right now. It gives you the schedule and even up-to-date results as the poll happens. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, undoubtedly pulling season soon to be back underway. Which, of course, means with each passing day, we're going to be closer to spring. Ready for the warm-up. All right, clear lines here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. All right, updates this hour. Apparently the medical certification, a.k.a. the digital, where you no longer have to have a paper copy of your medical certification. It just won't go away. There's a handful of states that have this totally screwed up. We'll give you an update there. And now on this, I'm a tad bit confused. Are we looking to go back in time? Shall we go back to paper logs versus the electronic logging device? According to the report from Landline, the FMCSA will accept public comment on an exemption request that would allow professional truckers to enter their records of duty status manually instead of using the electronic logging device. They're considering an exemption application request from the Federation of Professional Truckers, which I'm not familiar with that group. Described as a non-profit advocacy organization whose members are professional drivers and small carriers operating across the country. Now, the notice is to be published in the Federal Register here today, Monday, February the 9th. On behalf of group members and any other professional driver choosing to participate, the FOPT asked for relief from the ELD regulations to allow drivers to record their record of duty status manually with a paper logbook rather than an ELD. Now, they're arguing that using paper logbooks to record record of duty status should be allowed because they are enforceable, and paper logs are understood by enforcement officers nationwide. Now, they also point out that ELD rules place disproportionate financial burdens on smaller carriers. The FOPT further states the ethical limitations and frequent malfunctions highlight the continued necessity of paper alternatives, and that Executive Order 12866 requires agencies to avoid unnecessary regulatory burdens when reasonable alternatives exist. Now, that was stated by the FMCSA in the notice. The FOPT believes the exemption would not compromise safety because FOPT would provide members education to ensure accuracy in paper record of duty status completion. Participating carriers would conduct random internal audits, and violations of hours of service limits by paper record of duty status users will result in exclusion from the exemption program. So I kind of find it hard to believe that they're actually even looking at this after all this electronic logging device being forced essentially down the industry's throat. The FMCSA will accept public comments from all interested persons for 30 days after today's publication in the Federal Register. Obviously, after the publication, you can go to the regulations.gov website to learn more and actually leave an online comment if you'd like to offer your 2 cents there. Could we? Is it possible? I said the ELD is never going away. So undoubtedly, there's going to be comments pro and con. If you go back to the original ELD mandate, what was it? Some 15,000 comments were made from the industry as a whole. We shall see. Meanwhile, the FMCSA is also seeking comments regarding an exemption request that would allow truckers to continue using paper copies of their medical certification. This has been a debacle. This past June, they announced that they would be implementing the Medical Examiner's Certification Integration Rule, the NRII, originally published in April of 2015, 10 plus years ago. The final rule, that rule requires medical examiners to electronically submit results from your medical certification exams to the FMCSA and state licensing agencies. Plus, the new electronic system would eliminate the need for you to carry a paper copy of your certification. That's what it was supposed to do. Since being published, provisions of that final rule have been delayed twice now, once in June of 18, again in April of 21, postponing the compliance date to June 23rd of last year. Now, despite all that time since the rule was published, there are still states struggling to meet the deadline. That was last year, which prompted the FMCSA to issue a waiver back in July, allowing drivers to continue using a paper copy for up to 15 days after the exam date. The next month, they modified the waiver to allow the use of a paper copy of the medical certification for up to 60 days after the exam. Now, that waiver has since been extended twice. Once in October and again last month, as there are still 8 states yet to fully implement the new regulations. Alaska, California, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, and Oklahoma. This current waiver is set to expire on April 10 right now. Last month, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance petitioned the agency to issue guidance to commercial motor vehicle enforcement officials, stating that the paper copies of exams are permitted to demonstrate medical certification. Right now, the FMCSA website provides guidance for the medical examiners, drivers, and carriers on the matter and states they should continue to follow the prior paper-based procedures to ensure drivers are licensed in those non-compliant states are not negatively impacted by that state's non-compliance. They, however, does not provide guidance to law enforcement officials. In the letter, the group requested the FMCSA instruct enforcement officials to allow truckers to use a paper copy of their medical certification until all the issues surrounding this has been resolved and all the states are fully compliant. So in response, the agency said they were unable to issue guidance requested by the CVSA because that would conflict with the regulations that are in effect, which are binding on regulated entities. As a result, the FMCSA has treated the group's request as an application for exemption and has opened a 30-day public comment period. Now, if granted, that waiver would be effective for 1 year and permit you, drivers, to use a paper copy of their medical card for up to 60 days from the date the certificate was issued. Now, this one is already published, I believe, in the docket, or it may be today. Let's see, regulations.gov, of course, the website, the docket number, FMCSA-2026-0265. Now, it says here comments must be submitted by March the 9th. So this, today, February 9th, I'm assuming maybe that was published in the Register Friday. All right. Yeah, everything going bad. Why is it with these government programs, legislation, you've had 10 years, 10 full years for these states to get their ducks in a row. The computer is updated with the filing to actually do this electronically. 10 years and it's still a debacle. Okay, so not surprisingly, I thought you might have some thoughts on that. Am I understanding that right? They're looking to go back to paper logs entirely?
I think so. I think they are discussing it right now, whether on the waiver, whether it's going to be temporary or whether they are going to start giving full exemptions on that, is the way I understand it in a couple of things that I've read on this now. All they have to do is go back to MAP 21 when they were discussing the e-logs and listening to the FMCSA, and how they were, they had the town hall meetings and stuff, and they were asking at that point in time about, during the town hall meetings about the opinions on this. And the ATA stood right there and said that our companies look at this as leveling the playing field. There was never safety anything about it. The MAD and Crash said that it would stop people from cheating on logs. And even that, they didn't discuss safety about it or anything else about it. They just said it would help prevent people from cheating on logs. Well, now the big thing is just turn the damn thing off and go on paper logs. 7 days later, turn it back on with so many of these e-logs to where you have to, verify that if it's broken, that it's repaired or whatever. I just went through I went through 2 DOT checks here in the last 60 days, and paperwork wise, and government is not, the officials are not that happy with it. DOT, they never have been. I asked the guy, I said, one of the inspectors there up in Iowa, I said, how many people would you say that comes across this scale does not have an active ELD? He said probably 70% of the people. They're down for whatever reason. They're broken. They, something. And he said he pointed out, just like mine, they wanted my tablet. I brought it inside, and then it wouldn't connect up to my truck. So they couldn't tell a damn thing about it. So he had to go back out and, to the truck and stand out there by it because they don't want to get up in your truck or anything. Well, I wouldn't let them anyway. But these things are fallible. I mean, that's just a fact. They go by terrestrial. I mean, I can be parked, and I've pointed this out to them. I can be parked in a parking spot, pull forward 10 feet. The damn thing will hit another cell site that's 8 or 10 miles away, just from the unit itself trying to triangulate your location. It picks up this other one. It can show it on my log as change the whole town that I'm in 5 seconds. And, then we look at it like this and like this. We don't exactly, really care that much about that. We see that you're off duty or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then, I had an issue where mine goes over. I don't get an alert. I don't get anything. It'll go through an update, and that's what it was doing when I got. I was going down the road, and I wasn't too far from where I was supposed to deliver. Well, I couldn't change the status. The damn thing went through an update for 17 minutes. Took me 8 minutes over my drive time, over my 11 hours, because I'm on a pretty tight schedule. It took 8 minutes over it, and they call that incidental. He said, it's not a violation. It's just incidental. I said, really? I said, well, hell, if that was incidental on the paper log, somebody'd be writing me a damn ticket. That's how they were on the paper logs. But now, touching bases here, Steve, a little bit on this. I had my DOT physical last year, and I asked for a paper copy, and the receptionist that where I had to out front after my physical said, no, we're not giving guys hard copies of that. And I said, well, you're going to start today giving me a hard copy because that's covered under HIPAA laws, and I am required, or you are required, to give me a hard copy of any medical record if I ask for it. That's the law. And she stood there for a second, went and talked to somebody else, come back and said, well, the boss says that we're not going to start. I said, I don't give a rat's ass what your boss said. I said, you can either give me a damn hard copy or I'm going to camp out here until you do. So they gave me the hard copy of it. And anybody, it doesn't matter. You can ask for a hard copy. If they tell you no, tell them, by golly, it's covered under the HIPAA laws that you are required to get a hard copy if you request one. So they, just stand your ground with it, because these things is nuts, man. I ain't kidding you. I don't even think it showed up. I kept checking the DMV, and it didn't show up at the DMV for over a month, after I went through my physical. Now, if I hadn't asked for a hard copy and I finally went down to the DMV and paid my $2 or whatever the hell it was, $5 now I think's what it is, which is nothing more than a tax on truck drivers. I paid that. They went on ahead and submitted it, and then it showed up. So, man, I tell you what, this electronic crap, buddy, it is not what it's supposed to be. If we can go back to paper logs, I'll go back in a damn second. For no other reason than to get rid of the expense of this hunk of crap that's staring me in the face right now.
Yeah, but
a lot of
at this point, how many truckers that have come into the biz since the ELD was implemented, they've never used anything but can these guys even do a paper log?
I doubt it. And I think what it's going to be is, when it comes down to it, is if you request an exemption, it's going to be basically up to the company that allows you to, if the company that you're leased to, or I don't think our company would say a damn word. They'd be like, go ahead, get rid of that damn thing. But I think, some of these big ATA companies are going to fight it tooth and nail, saying, hey, this gives us the opportunity, as they stood there and lied their ass off and said, this helps the driver managers help the driver manage their time. And I stood up at that point in time. We was out in Tacoma, Washington, and I went to that town hall meeting out there, and one of the ATA guys, he stood right there and he said, we're all for these for two reasons. It levels the playing field, like that talking point, and again, it helps the drivers, it helps dispatch to help the drivers to manage their time. And I stood, when I got to talk, I said, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. Manage our time. I said, all we need is a load in the damn trailer, and you guys to get on. All these shippers and receivers get on their ass and make them do their job so we can get unloaded and loaded in a timely manner. I said, the old saying, you're not earning if the wheels aren't turning. Well, that's the way it is in trucking. It's always been like that. A lot of places now are going to an hourly rate, and a lot of them are going to percentage and things like that. But the fact of the matter, if you're sitting still somewhere, or something happens that you're shut down for whatever reason, they don't care. They don't give a damn. How are they going to manage my time then? I've been an owner operator for 27 years, and I never thought I'd see electronic logs and things like that. But it was during those comment periods there, and when they got to looking back on how many people actually commented on whether or not we should have paper logs or electronic logs, 1,700 comments. That was it. Out of millions of drivers, only 1,700 took the time to get off their sorry butts and actually make a comment about it. And I would say probably half of those were for it. So, it's I don't know, man. I tell you, this industry is just going nuts, and they should have always had a waiver on this. And it ain't about people wanting to cheat on their damn log. It's about the added expense and this crap of I don't know, just the simple fact that you're constantly staring at this damn clock. If that's not a distraction, I don't know what the hell is. But you know what I'm saying, man? It's going to be
you're watching the
long haul.
Tick, 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 and I've got too many miles to go and not enough time to get there. And you push the envelope. All right, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Industrial Injection.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the New England Patriots 29-13, earning their second Lombardi Trophy. A relentless Seahawks defense recorded 6 sacks and 2 interceptions, leading the team to the first NFL summit since 2014. Representative Andrew Garbarino, Republican from New York, will lead a House Homeland Security Committee hearing Tuesday on immigration enforcement that includes accountability for recent ICE actions that have drawn controversy and criticism, including the fatal shootings in Minneapolis. Top officials from ICE, CBP, and USCIS are set to testify as lawmakers push for oversight of training and use of force. U.S. skiing legend Lindsey Vonn, age 41, crashed just seconds into the women's Olympic downhill in Cortina while racing on a recently ruptured ACL. She was airlifted off the course and underwent surgery for a broken left leg and is now in stable condition. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul. Priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here on a Monday. All right, greatest day of the week. 844-844-3388. All the online detectives trying to dissect and solve the mystery of the missing Nancy Guthrie. Apparently there's a bunch of not understanding individuals thinking they should be able to track her via her pacemaker. And they explain. Most of us know a pacemaker. Small device about the size of a matchbox. Implanted under the skin and the chest. The job is to regulate the heart. Yeah, when it beats too slowly or misses beats or becomes irregular. The battery typically lasts anywhere from 5 to 15 plus years. Is programmed by a cardiologist. Now, this is where the confusion comes in. Many modern pacemakers also have what they call remote monitoring, which is separate from pacing the heart. This uses a home transmitter, a small bedside device, kind of like a clock radio, or a phone app to send medical data like heart rhythm, device status, and alerts to a doctor's office over the internet or cellular. Now, if Nancy Guthrie was moved out of range of her home transmitter, or whatever device or app that was paired for remote monitoring, the pacemaker would stop sending new data to the doctor's office until it reconnected. This happens because the pacemaker can only communicate over a fairly short distance. I'd kind of wondered about that. It says normally like 6 to 10 feet. Yeah, once a patient is taken away from that setup, the connection breaks. Now, the heart pacing continues working inside the body. The pacemaker's still working. So, yeah, the remote data reporting, though, that is stopped due to distance. Now, some say, well, what about her Apple Watch? The Apple Watch is a separate personal health tracker. It measures things like heart rate and ECG using its own sensors. It does not connect directly to a pacemaker, and it does not send pacemaker data to doctors. Any mention of Apple devices refers to the phone acting as the hub for remote monitoring via the pacemaker manufacturer's app, not the Apple Watch tracking the pacemaker. And, of course, initial reports were her phone, her keys, her purse, everything was still in the home, just no Nancy. So, bottom line, there is no GPS, no live tracking, no way to follow someone through a pacemaker. Yeah, the disconnect, though, does help them narrow the timeline, but not the location. They kind of try to explain that there. So, all right, Hippopotamus, welcome back.
Yeah, so probably the only thing they could do is actually walk around with their phone and, or travel around with their phone and actually see if, through the neighborhood or whatever, and actually see if you could get the phone to reconnect to the pacemaker.
Yeah.
That would be the only way to be able to do that, because as you said, the watch can monitor the app, but the app is on the phone, and, the phone has to be within certain proximity of the pacemaker. But, so anyways, you touched on these paper logs and the medical card net.
Yeah.
So my thing with the paper and electronic logs is, yes, I like to see it go back to paper because I know how to do the paper. You kind of touched on the subject that how many people are in this industry now that can't do the paper.
Right.
But would that be a good thing? Because that would be another way to sort out the people that actually can't read and be able to comprehend the log to be in a violation when they got to the inspection. So maybe it would be a good thing, because maybe it showed that people actually had, the ability to comprehend signs, language, be able to read bill ladings, and actually be able to do things where, the electronic device is a stupid person's device. You just push the button and make it go. Kind of like driving an automatic truck instead of having the manual transmission. I will say in traffic, I like the automatic truck. I drove one for a little bit. It's nice being in traffic, stop and go traffic with an automatic, not wearing out your left leg on the clutch. But anyway, so I think the biggest there's two problems with the electronic logs if they went to paper. Is number one, companies do not have safety and compliance offices to actually be able to maintain and, follow up on paper logs from drivers that are probably going to be very inaccurate because people don't know how to do them. So they don't have the manpower, and companies have gotten used to having the smaller staff in their safety and compliance department because electronic logs check themselves. You don't need a person to check them. So there they downsize their employees in the office. And if you go back to paper logs, you're going to have to increase your staff to be able to go through all the logs and have things correct. The other thing the electronic log does is it makes it very, very easy to be able to do your split sleeper berth. This 7 and 3, the 8 and 2. If for some reason they give us the 6 and 4, the 5 and 5, not that I get to benefit from it at all. But the log tells you everything you need to know about it. It's already thinking ahead, and it knows, how far you can drive if you've taken your 2-hour break or your 8-hour break, and then it lets you go so far, and then it says, hey, you got to do the other part of your break now, and so you can keep rolling, all week long doing your 8 and 2 or 7 and 3 or 3 and 7 or however you're doing it. So if you're trying to figure it out on paper log, and I've tried to work with people on it, after about the second or third day, it starts to get to be confusing, and trying to keep track of when you're supposed to stop or go. And I think if people are using the split logs, that they'll run into more trouble being on paper log than if they stayed on the electronic logs. And usually those people are actually staying pretty well in compliance with doing the split sleeper berth. But hey, the other thing about the medical card you were talking about is you were saying to be able to carry the hard copy of the medical card.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened in my position was it wouldn't have mattered if I had a hard copy, if I had an electronic copy, if I had a way to, I don't know, Shazam it through lightning to the DOT officer, because when he looked on his computer, my CDL was suspended because the motor vehicle department didn't update it in their computer. So it downgraded my license from having an active CDL to being just a normal operator's license to not drive more than a pickup truck.
And it would not depict to the law enforcement the reason? It wouldn't say medical certification?
Nope.
Or okay.
Nope. It just says suspended, not available. And it wouldn't have mattered whether it was a DUI or a medical card or, not stopping for a pedestrian in a crosswalk. So having a hard copy with me would do me absolutely no good. But anyways, so there's that. And I don't know. If I wanted to ruffle Puff's feathers one more time here real quick about the Amish and the farming and that, and I can probably ruffle the farming people's feathers too. The roads weren't designed to have that type of equipment. These asphalt roads aren't designed to have non-pneumatic tires on them, and it makes it really, as Buckwheat called in there, you get a lot of the what they call wagon tracks. You get the ruts in the asphalt, especially in summertime. It pushes, and so you have either standing water in the ruts in the summertime, which causes hydroplaning, or this time of year you get the snow melt. With the salt and the snow, you get the snow melt during the day and refreezing overnight. Well, all that water just lays in the road. It doesn't run off the road, so it causes a lot of problems. And I know Puff's last response to me was, well, build better highways. And, well, we know what the budgets have from the states to use, and they don't have budgets to go out and build better highways. That's, we got pretty much what we got. You got to live with it, but you got to try to make it last, and having a group of people use it that don't pay taxes. And Pennsylvania and Maryland, New York, Amish do not pay any taxes. They do not carry any tags or anything of that on their vehicles. They're just able to use. But my other thing goes to the farming community, which isn't just your normal old 30, 40 head of cows milking cows, and or your little you grow your farm to support your farm. It's these farmers out here that are growing thousands of acres of crops, and they're running their equipment up and down the road multi-miles at a time. And even some of these big manure spreading companies, there's actually contracted companies that spread manure, like there's contracted companies that do the grain harvesting. and they're running their equipment up and down the road just by driving the off-road equipment, where for me as a transporter, if I have it on a lowboy, I have to buy a permit, an oversized dimension permit, and go through all the hoops and everything of getting it down the highway, and are regulated by DOT and hours of service and everything. And meanwhile, the farmers are taking 10 wide, 12 wide, 14 wide equipment down the highway, and they're just driving it. And it takes up lane space. They actually, some of the wider stuff, we've actually had some of them running the combines with the big heads left on them, and they're 2 lanes wide, and they actually want traffic to get off the road to get out of their way when they're actually off-road equipment and don't pay to be on the highways. So I don't know. I do have my issues with it, but, I know everybody's got to make a living, but there's also, just because you aren't quite regulated, I don't know. Do you get the exemption just because you don't quite fall into the confines of the way something was written? I don't know, but
doesn't seem fair. Doesn't seem fair.
No. So, anyways, Your Honor, that's what I kind of got, and I hope my little opinion on the, as Grump says there, it's just my opinion, but I hope my little explanation of what I had about the logs and the medical card there kind of lets everybody think about it. And hey, if you have an opinion about it, what do? I think you dial 844-844-3388 and tell Steve what your opinion is.
That's right.
Steve knows everybody has an opinion, just like they have what?
We all have, yes. And we like differing opinions from time to time, right? All right, other industry headlines. I guess it sounds like here's another one bites the dust. Robert Bearden Incorporated, a Southeast regional trucking carrier, was acquired by Paladin Capital back in 2012. Paladin Capital has since filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection on January 26. Robert Bearden Incorporated, the Cairo, Georgia-based company, filed their voluntary petition on January 26 in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Middle District of Tennessee, listing between 1 and 49 creditors. The debtor estimated both assets and liabilities in the range of $0 to $50,000, indicated that funds may be available for distribution to unsecured creditors. Now, as of early February, the FMCSA records listed the company with 143 power units and 128 drivers. It showed it maintained active interstate operating authority at the time of the bankruptcy filing. But in a number of Facebook posts circulating among trucking industry groups, one user identifying as a company driver said employees were informed that Robert Bearden Incorporated had gone bankrupt and that drivers were being routed to Mobile, Alabama, and Valdosta, Georgia, to return trucks. Again, that was from FreightWaves, published on Friday. And, of course, that they updated that to specify that Robert Bearden Incorporated was acquired by Paladin Capital in 2012. About 11 before the hour. 844-844-3388. Hello to Ken, checking in this morning. He chimes in and said, we've picked up a Friday refrigerated warehouse account. Call last week said they had 40 pallets. The regular area route driver scheduled, plus I was told to grab the balance. It was supposed to be ready after 1,300 hours. So the regular guy hit the door at 13:30. I showed up at 1,400 hours, checked in, and the office lady's rather nasty, saying, why are you here? And I told her, well, you said you had 40 pallets. To which she said, well, we double stacked. I asked again to make sure, and she double checked. I had a hard 1,600 hours pickup, and I couldn't come back. First driver sat there 2 hours to load. This is unacceptable for us. I'll be interested to see how this plays out. Rarely do we have accounts that Big Brown has us wait. All right, back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another topic of discussion, last week's program was yet another fatal truck accident involving an individual who had illegally entered the U.S. behind the wheel. And yes, it has captured the attention of the Department of Transportation. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy cited this latest crash as another example of unfit, unvetted truck drivers using a non-domiciled CDL to get behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound commercial motor vehicle. Yeah, we're going back to last Tuesday about 4 in the afternoon. Indiana State Route 67 involving the 30-year-old Bekjan Beshakiv, who received a non-domiciled CDL in Pennsylvania. Beshakiv, arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement on Thursday of last week, accused of being in the United States illegally, and failing to brake or slow the semi-truck for a semi in front of him. The on-site investigation, it said the carrier who put this unfit, unvetted truck driver behind the wheel of a semi, resulting in the deaths of 4 Amish men in Indiana. Sean Duffy posted on social media that there must be accountability for the community of Bryant, Indiana, devastated by the loss of their loved ones. According to the DOT and the Department of Homeland Security, Bishakiv was traveling eastbound on 67, failed to brake for another slowed semi in front of him. Homeland Security said initial reports were that the truck swerved into the westbound lane, collided with a van that was carrying as many as 15 passengers, 4 killed in the crash, which is being investigated by the Jay County Sheriff's Department and the Jay County Coroner's Office. ICE then issued an immigration detainer on February 5. He is expected to remain in custody pending immigration proceedings. But this is just the latest fatal crash to involve truck drivers who were issued non-domiciled CDLs or accused of being in the country illegally. Right now, the DOT is continuing their efforts to clean up the non-domiciled CDL process, which is obviously a mess out there. All right, final hour coming up here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. This update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators in Tucson continue searching for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, believed abducted from her home. A ransom note demanding $6 million in Bitcoin and a follow-up message are being examined by the FBI. No suspects have yet been identified. Authorities are urging anyone with tips to come forward as concerns grow for her health. Senator Adam Schiff is criticizing President Trump's call to nationalize elections. On ABC's This Week, the California Democrat accused the president of trying to suppress votes.
If he loses the vote, and I think the Republicans now expect they'll get a real drubbing in the midterms, he's prepared to try to take some kind of action to overturn the result, and we really shouldn't question that.
Trump says federal involvement may be needed if states cannot run elections fairly, and repeated claims of past fraud. A Hudson Valley man will avoid jail time after pleading guilty last week to reduce charges for threatening House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
35-year-old Christopher Moynihan of Dutchess County, arrested in October for threatening the Brooklyn Democrat, accepted a plea deal that reduced the charges from a felony to a misdemeanor. He'll be sentenced to 3 years probation on April 2nd. The Albany Times-Union reports Moynihan was one of at least a dozen Hudson Valley residents who were charged in the January 6th riot on Capitol Hill and later pardoned by President Trump. I'm Larry Kofsky, NBC News Radio.
Russia's investigative committee is accusing Ukraine of involving in the shooting of a Russian general. General Vladimir Alexiev was wounded in a Moscow apartment building and is recovering following surgery. Authorities say a suspect was arrested in Dubai after fleeing Russia. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.89. Mono County, California is up to $5.64, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma is $1.84. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Lawmakers and activists in Florida and Ohio are pushing proposals to cap out, cut, or even eliminate property taxes. Critics say doing so would force huge increases in sales or income taxes and could strain funding for schools and local services if new revenue is not located. An Arizona man is in custody after he allegedly shot a state trooper during a SWAT operation in Phoenix.
DPS says SWAT troopers were serving, quote, a high-risk search warrant to Darrell Bell on Thursday when two women saw troopers approaching and ran inside to tell him. Bell allegedly began to shoot at the SWAT officers, hitting one in the shoulder. The suspect was shot by officers and was sent to the hospital. Bell was released from the hospital Saturday and is booked on several felony charges, including 18 counts of attempted murder. I'm Jim Forbes.
Two West Virginia National Guard members shot in a November ambush near the White House will be receiving Purple Hearts. Sarah Beckstrom passed away. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still recovering. The suspected shooter, an Afghan national, has pled not guilty. A new study says menopause is tied to changes in brain structure, mental health, and sleep.
The University of Cambridge study also shows menopause could cause higher levels of anxiety and depression. Researchers found reduced gray matter in several areas of the brain in women who had gone through menopause. The study also found that postmenopausal women are more likely to report insomnia, reduced sleep, and ongoing tiredness. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We lived in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about became his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself, and of course the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Damn It Ray was 14 years old, Damn It Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like Sheriff Saul right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus. And he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard, and he had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station garage and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overhauls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, greatest day of the week. Here it is, Monday, 9th day of February. A lot of folks looking forward to beginning to warm up a bit, which has already begun in the heartland of the country. We'll see 70s continuing to spread further east. We're not going to get quite that warm. I think Tuesday we're supposed to be upper 40s, close to 50. That will indeed feel like a heat wave. Going to see a lot of melting taking place with that February sunshine. All right, looking forward to that. Olympics indeed underway. The Winter Games. U.S. Olympic fans, of course, had all eyes on Lindsey Vohn's return. Can she do it again? And then, obviously, the big crash. That's, in all likelihood, I'm thinking that's going to be probably a career ender for Lindsey. I mean, she actually tore her ACL in the left knee. What was like 8 or 9 days before? But before this crash. But if you look back over in the history of injuries, I'm obvious she's not going to catch up with the likes of Evel Knievel. that guy had broken nearly every bone in his body at some point or another in his daredevil career. But it's a very dangerous sport, downhill skiing. And they had published a list of Lindsay's injuries, going back to 2007. 2007, February of 2007, she actually sprained her right ACL. 2009, she severed a tendon in her right thumb. Also in December of 2009, microfractures in her left forearm. A broken right pinky in 2010. February of 2013, a torn ACL and MCL in her right knee, and a tibia plateau fracture in the right leg. November of that same year, a torn right ACL again. December, a month later, an MCL sprain in the right knee. Broke her ankle in August of 2015. February of 2016, multiple fractures in her left knee. November of 2016, a fractured humerus in her right arm. November of 2018, a torn LCL and meniscus in her left knee. And 3 tibial plateau fractures. January of 2019, an impact injury to her peroneal nerve. And there was a bit of a hiatus there, and she was trying to make a comeback here after all these years, here in 2026. Of course, that led to a torn ACL in her left knee before the big crash, and a fracture is the word that you fracture in her left leg. Didn't say whether it was upper or lower portion of the leg. I guess we'll find that out in the coming days. But that girl's been through a lot in her skiing career. We're not getting any younger. At some point, it's like, all right, my body's been through enough. I guess it's time to hang up the skis, maybe just do some recreational skiing or something, maybe something a little less demanding than trying to ski 80 miles an hour downhill, right? Slow things down a little. All right, let's give you some updates, industry-wide. Truck driving rules are heating up at state houses and at the federal level all over the country. Landline has been covering topics related to English proficiency as well as undocumented truck drivers. Another topic is the non-domiciled CDLs. There are a number of states following Washington's lead as the safety concerns mount. Last fall, the FMCSA called non-domiciled CDLs a national emergency, described as a threat to public safety. After pressure from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the Department of Transportation stepped in to sharply cut back who actually qualifies for these licenses, which leads us to several updates here in the state of Oklahoma. Lawmakers there moved on non-domiciled CDLs last year. Now, apparently they want to take it even further. Senator Kendall Shashiri said the 2025 law was meant to make roads safer and back American truck drivers. Under current law, drivers with non-domiciled CDLs must have valid work visas. They must show proof of citizenship. Acceptable proof includes the likes of a birth certificate, naturalization papers, or a passport. Now, lawmakers say the problem's bigger than anyone really first realized. Her bill, Senate Bill 1222, would flat out ban non-domiciled CDL or commercial learner's permit holders from driving in the state of Oklahoma. The ban would also hit drivers licensed out of other states. So no matter where you're from, Senate Bill 1222 stops these non-domiciled CDLs once and for all from driving within our borders, she says. Trucking companies that break the rule could face fines up to $10,000. That amount is more than triple the current penalty. Now, there's two other Senate bills also targeting non-domiciled truck drivers in Oklahoma. Just like her bill, Senate Bill 1628 would ban drivers with non-domiciled CDLs and learner's permits, but anyone already holding one could keep driving until it expires. Then there is Senate Bill 2052 that would tighten enforcement even more. Drivers arrested for driving a truck without a valid non-domiciled CDL or learner's permit could not be released on personal recognizance. Truck drivers would also have to prove lawful immigration status. Older licenses issued before September 29 of last year would require proof such as an unexpired work permit or a foreign passport. In the state of West Virginia, lawmakers also stepping in. House Bill 4551 would require anyone with a non-domiciled CDL or permit to have a valid work visa. They must also provide proof of citizenship. Trucking companies could be fined up to $3,000 for violations. Drivers caught breaking that law could be banned from driving in the state. They would also face fines and possible jail time. A couple of other states, South Dakota next up. There's a bill that would tighten the rules for non-domiciled CDL learners permits. Senate Bill 180 would limit permits to drivers with lawful job-based visa status, such as an H-2A or H-2B or an E-2 visa, or similar status in U.S. territories. Individuals domiciled in states where CDL programs have been decertified by the FMCSA could apply. Non-citizens would need to show an unexpired foreign passport and immigration paperwork tied to their job. Applicants would have to appear in person for renewals, and the license would clearly say non-domiciled. Drivers would have to give up any similar licenses from other states. And lastly, in Missouri, a similar effort is underway in that state. House Bill 1763 would allow the state to issue a non-domiciled CDLs or a learner's permit to foreign workers in certain visa categories. Truck drivers would need proof of a job with a Missouri employer. A valid foreign passport and immigration forms would also be required. The license would be good for up to 1 year, and in-person renewals would also be required in that state. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break here. Coming up, other updates. Cuba on the verge almost of collapse as they're looking to protect essential services as the U.S. moves to cut off their oil supply. They're in dire shape there. More on that ahead as well. First, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the New England Patriots 29-13, earning their second Lombardi Trophy. A relentless Seahawks defense recorded 6 sacks and 2 interceptions, leading the team to the first NFL summit since 2014. Representative Andrew Garbarino, Republican from New York, will lead a House Homeland Security Committee hearing Tuesday on immigration enforcement that includes accountability for recent ICE actions that have drawn controversy and criticism, including the fatal shootings in Minneapolis. Top officials from ICE, CBP, and USCIS are set to testify as lawmakers push for oversight of training and use of force. U.S. skiing legend Lindsey Vonn, age 41, crashed just seconds into the women's Olympic downhill in Cortina while racing on a recently ruptured ACL. She was airlifted off the course and underwent surgery for a broken left leg and is now in stable condition. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, hello to Rick in Columbus. Yeah, I saw that. Round and third, headed for home on a Monday. Speaking of Monday, happy Monday. Start off the week, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And the great product of Staybill. All right, we start off at 8 degrees this morning. 29, our forecast high for Fort Wayne. About the same in Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster. And a big shout out to all the veterans out there. Here we go, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Have a great week, everybody. Semper Fi from none other than Truckin' Phil. There you go, another weekend in the books, just like that. All right, update Cuba. In dire straits, Cuba detailed a wide-ranging plan on Friday to protect essential services. They are rationing fuel as the communist-run government dug in its heels in defiance of a U.S. effort to cut off oil supply to the Caribbean island. The rationing measures are the first to be announced since President Trump threatened to slap tariffs on the U.S.-bound products of any country exporting fuel to Cuba, and suggested hard times ahead for Cubans already suffering from severe shortages of food, fuel, and medicine. Government ministers said the measures would guarantee fuel supply for key sectors: agricultural production, education, water supply, healthcare, and defense. Their Commerce Minister, Oscar Oliva, striking a defiant tone as he laid out the plans of the government, details of the government plan. This is an opportunity and a challenge that we have no doubt we will overcome, he says. We're not going to collapse. The government will supply fuel to the tourism and export sectors, including for the production of Cuba's world-famous cigars, to ensure the foreign exchange necessary to fund other basic programs. If we don't have income, we will not overcome this situation. Domestic and international air travel will not be immediately affected by the fuel rationing, he said, although drivers will see cutbacks at the pump until supply normalizes. The government said they will protect ports and ensure fuel for domestic transportation in a bid to protect the island nation's import and export sectors. They also announced an ambitious plan to plant 200,000 hectares or 500,000 acres of rice to guarantee an important part of our demand, but acknowledged fuel shortfalls would push the country to depend more on renewable energy for their irrigation needs and animal power for tilling the fields. Their education minister appeared on the same program, said infant care centers and primary schools will remain open and in person, but secondary schools and higher education would implement a hybrid system that will require more flexibility and vary by institution and region. As a priority, we want to leave open the primary schools. Now, top officials also said health care would be prioritized with a special emphasis on emergency services, maternity wards, and cancer programs. It sounds like it's a pretty dire situation there in Cuba. Meanwhile, see what Pup has going on this morning. What's happening, Pup?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, I got a question for you after this next statement. My wife and I went over to Salina this last weekend, which takes us right by where that bad wreck was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there wasn't one skid mark. Not one. But the question that I had for you on this Mrs. Guthrie.
Nancy?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Did they ever show proof of life for that lady?
No, sir. And that's one of the keys that everybody's talking about right now. The fact that there has been no proof of life raises another big question. And I mean, for the family to say we will pay with their announcement Saturday, like the $6 million in Bitcoin, It's like, do you pay? And I mean, I don't know. I'd be thinking.
Sorry.
There's got to be a way for the FBI. I mean, they talk about Bitcoin being untraceable and all that. There's got to be a way that they're going to be able to figure out who gets that cash, wouldn't they?
Well, that was my second question, because you remember back when these companies were getting hacked and stuff, that ransomware and stuff? Didn't the FBI put a tracker on those Bitcoins and find the ring group that was doing that?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I know it can be done. I don't know, what it entails, but they've done it before.
Gosh, I sure hope that lady's okay. But, man, she's went a long time without her medicine and that thing that attaches to her pacemaker.
Yeah.
Hey, are you all excited about getting up above freezing this week? I am.
I mean, upper 40s is going to feel like a heat wave. Yes, I'm ready.
Yes.
Melt some of. I mean, the ice dams in my gutters are unbelievable. I got to melt this stuff.
Oh yeah, we got another 3 inches of snow there Saturday night into Sunday morning. I had to plow the driveway up so the wife could go to church.
Wow, we got lucky. I think we got a dusting at best.
Did you?
Yeah.
No. All right, Steve. I just had that question and let you know about them skid marks and stuff. Other than that, we're sitting back listening.
So it sounds like another scenario where never even hit the brakes. Traffic stopped ahead, right, and just swerved and too late. All right, thank you much, pup. Have a great morning. Switching gears, I think we all had kind of forecast these kind of things coming down the pike. We're taking you back to the COVID, forced vaccine. How many hundreds of thousands or millions of people were forced to, as they said, take the jab if you want to keep your job. Recall that? A former Chicago White Sox pitching prospect has now filed a federal lawsuit for $19 million, alleging he suffered a career-ending arm injury after being required to receive the COVID vaccination as a condition of continued employment, like so many others. Isaiah Carranza, a right-handed pitcher who was drafted by the White Sox in the 12th round 2018, filing the complaint in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois against the Chicago White Sox Ltd. And the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball. Now, according to the complaint, Carranza alleges he was compelled to receive a COVID vaccine in 2021. Defendants mandated that plaintiff, along with other minor league players, received the vaccination under threat of career-ending consequences. After receiving the vaccine, plaintiff suffered severe adverse health reactions with little to no support from defendants who denied him necessary accommodations, denied that the COVID vaccination was connected to the symptoms, made false statements regarding any potential links between his symptoms and the COVID-19 vaccination, and retaliated against his repeated request for assistance and reasonable accommodations. Ultimately, plaintiff's reaction to the vaccine ended his professional baseball career, they say. Now, Carranza claims he objected to the vaccination and requested accommodations, but ultimately felt he had no meaningful choice if he wanted to continue pursuing his professional baseball career. Shortly after receiving the vaccine, Carranza began experiencing severe pain and dysfunction in his pitching arm. He claims the injury impaired his ability to throw at a professional level, ultimately ended his prospects as a professional pitcher. Now, he alleges the defendants were negligent in enforcing the vaccination requirement and failed to adequately warn him of potential risks. The complaint claims the defendants prioritized compliance with league-wide policies over individual medical concerns and player safety. The lawsuit further alleges the White Sox and Major League Baseball violated his rights by conditioning his employment and advancement within professional baseball on compliance with the vaccination mandate. So, seeking compensatory and punitive damages up to $19 million, as well as other relief the court deems appropriate. The White Sox and Major League Baseball named as defendants, but neither had publicly responded to the lawsuit as of publication of this story. As we recall, those vaccination policies implemented by the minor leagues during the 21 season as part of the broader pandemic safety measures. The policies varied over time and were subject to negotiation with the players' union for major leaguers, although minor league players were not unionized at the time. Now, his lawsuit is among a small but growing number of legal challenges nationwide alleging injuries linked to workplace COVID requirements. And when it comes to the vaccination, we'll see. The court will determine whether the case proceeds to trial, or is resolved through pretrial motions or a possible settlement. But we're kind of reflecting back. I don't see. Well, this is not a lawsuit against the actual pharmaceutical companies. We know that there would be no legal standing, right? These vaccinations were authorized, what they call it, the emergency use authorization, which pretty much shielded all the pharmaceutical companies from any sort of, comeback, lawsuits, retribution. They were covered, and they knew it. Would the likes of Major League Baseball, team ownership, would they? This is going to be interesting. One of, again, several lawsuits that are now pending around the country, but I don't know. Did anybody predict at the time something along the lines of, we don't know what these injections might in the future hold 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line? It was pretty much everybody was being a guinea pig trial. Many volunteered, but many were forced to take this. All right, so we shall see. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like they had the protesters haven't all gone away. Minneapolis had some action over the weekend. Our border czar, Tom Homan, speaking to reporters over the weekend, telling them over 150 people have now been arrested for trying to thwart with immigration and customs enforcement officers. Of course, the deployment of hundreds of personnel to the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, which has drawn national attention after the shootings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Homan told reporters, on Wednesday of last week, ICE had arrested over 250 criminals, including 14 convicted of homicide, before discussing how many people had been charged under Code 18 U.S.C. 111. At the same time, professional law enforcement officers should and need to be able to perform their sworn duties without being harassed, impeded, or assaulted. He said, I want anyone, to report instances of alleged misconduct or wrongdoing. And there is a way to report that. Now, this administration has taken violations of 18 U.S.C. 111, which is assaulting, impeding, interfering. We are taking that seriously, Homan said. If you violate the law, you will be federally prosecuted. In the past month, 158 people have been arrested for violation of 18 U.S.C. 111. 85 cases have been already accepted for prosecution, and the rest are still pending. Now, a so-called rapid response network in Minnesota tracked ICE vehicles. They were sharing their locations. They requested backup to engage with those agents, which, as we've all witnessed, occasionally led to physical confrontations. Yeah, both good and pretty were involved in such a network. Meanwhile, Homan also said ICE has taken over 250 criminals into custody during the operation. As part of the surge, numerous criminal aliens have already been arrested. Taking a lot of bad people off the street. Everybody should be grateful for that. Now, we know that the president declared an end of the temporary protected status for Somalis on November 22nd, days after the City Journal published that report on the fraud in Minnesota. After that surge of enforcement was announced, that's when you had the mayor, the Democrat Mayor Fry, who said at the time police would not be cooperating with the operation, would not be assisting immigration and customs enforcement there in any form or fashion. Last week, of course, announcing the drawdown of some 700 federal personnel, but there are still approximately 2,000 on the ground there in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Meanwhile, I about guarantee there'll be talking about the Trump administration coming after us. The View. Yes, ABC's long-running daytime talk show, The View. Apparently, the Federal Communication Commission launching a probe into The View over what they call the equal time rules for political candidates. After an interview with the Texas Democrat, James Talerico. According to the report over the weekend from Reuters News, Talerico appeared on the show, I guess, last Monday. Now, we've all heard about this equal time rule over the years. The FCC's equal time requires broadcast television and radio stations to provide legally qualified political candidates equal opportunities to use the airwaves if one candidate's given airtime. Obviously, a policy that's designed to prevent broadcasters from favoring one contender, or I should say party, over another. Yeah, the rule applies only to over-the-air broadcast, not the likes of podcast and things of that nature, Facebook, YouTube. But it does include several key exemptions for bona fide news coverage, interviews, documentaries, and live news events, allowing stations to report on campaigns without triggering equal time obligations for every candidate in a particular race. It was just here a few weeks ago the FCC clarified their guidance on the equal time rules to include the likes of talk shows under the statutory equal opportunities requirement, including their airing of late night or even daytime talk shows, which that's the category they will fall under. Now, while the FCC has historically allowed a bona fide exemption for news programming that avoids equal time obligations, they now say they've seen no evidence that interview segments on today's late night or daytime talk shows meet that standard in any fashion. Moreover, the program that's motivated by partisan purposes, for example, would not be entitled to an exemption under the long-standing FCC precedent. Any program or station that wishes to obtain formal assurance that the equal opportunities requirement does not apply in whole or in part is encouraged to promptly file a petition for a declaratory ruling that satisfies that requirement for a bona fide news. Is The View a bona fide news source? No, it's a daytime talk show. So hey, we wrap up a Monday. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but